You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The big boys come out to play this afternoon as the Eastern Football Netball League 2025 final series starts in earnest. And today we've got a big clash on a new venue down at Beaconsfield at Holm Park. And what a magnificent setup. It is down here, the crowd's buzzing, the ground's in fantastic nick, and we're set for a magnificent qualifying final this afternoon between East Ringwood and Balwyn. Good afternoon, my name is Wayne Brash. I'm taking you through pre-match this afternoon before the big clash takes stride at 2:20 this afternoon. Big pre-match brewing for us this afternoon. The coaches Ben Osborne and Brenton Sanderson will be joining us, and we'll obviously preview some of all the other finals action that will happen in the Eastern Football Netball League this afternoon as finals really starts to kick in. Joining me on pre-match this afternoon, eminent personality of the Eastern Football Netball League, one of the preeminent analysts in the game. It's a very warm welcome to you, Ray Baird.
Good afternoon, Brash. Great to be down here. I think this will be the fourth game I've seen down at here in Beaconsfield this season, and I love coming down here. Absolutely magnificent facilities, and we are in for a great clash.
Also joining us this afternoon, no stranger to the Eastern Football Netball League. He's really starting to make his mark in our team this year, and he's made a very solid contribution again this year. Jared Beanland, good afternoon to you. Yours is not working. Press that one, Jared. Yeah. You've got the wrong headphones on, but good afternoon to you, Jared Beanland.
Getting all the issues sorted out early. We can start that one again. Thank you very much, Brash. Thanks for that introduction. G'day to all the listeners, of course. And this is my first time here at Holm Park Reserve, and I got to say it's a wonderful setup. The rooms behind us are great nick. The ground's in great nick. The calling spot, I will be commentating today. So I'm very much looking forward to calling from this location because it is a perfect view of the ground, and it's going to be the perfect view of a fantastic clash between, it's a premiership grand final rematch between the two sides here today.
Ray and Jared, I think what this ground also promises for us this afternoon is a very even contest, because these two sides probably wouldn't have played on a ground of this size throughout the EFNL home and away season.
No, you're right. You're dead right, Brash. You know, it is a huge ground, but it's a great. I love the shape of it too.
Yeah, it is.
It is a proper football-shaped ground, and it's a quality venue, as we've said. And look, this game, I think it's going to be absolutely amazing. It's a pity the winds is just a little bit too strong, but it's up to the two teams to adapt, which I'm sure they will. Also,
great for the Eastern Football Netball League to bring a game down to Beaconsfield, with both Berwick in Premier Division and Beaconsfield in Division 1 participating in our competition. And this is a really good promotion, not only for Beaconsfield but also the area in general. And I think I can envisage more games being played down here in years to come.
Yeah, you're dead right, Brash. Look, some people have said, oh, it's a little bit far to go, but you've got to realise people travel. Cars are much better today. You hardly see any old cars on the road. So even young people, they drive their brand new cars. So travelling's not an issue anymore, as far as I'm concerned.
And the people of this area, regardless, and I've known this from the past, the people of this area are very, very supportive of local football, and they're very knowledgeable, and they also come down and appreciate watching good teams play football. So expect a bumper crowd down here, and I think they're going to be really entertained this afternoon. Let's get into the game itself. Hopefully Ben Osborne will be joining us at 1:40, and Brenton Sanderson won't be too far away. What are your observations just off the bat, Ray?
Oh, look, I'm picking Balwyn to win. I just think I look at both these lineups here. I know that East Ringwood, they're very disappointed that Balwyn beat them in that grand final last season, and they've got probably a score to settle there with them. But I look over the last month. East Ringwood's form over the last month or so has been a bit topsy-turvy for me. They've won some games and they've lost a couple of others, which was unlike them last season. I think they went into last season's final series in a far better personnel factor than what they are this season. Whereas on the other hand, Balwyn, yeah, they've been starting some of their games off slowly of late, but they've put in some huge last quarters and finishing games off.
Jared, with Balwyn, 2 winning streaks of 5 games on the trot set them up basically for their tilt this season. Brenton Sanderson hasn't been afraid to throw around the magnets, and the side that he's put on the park today, I was having a look at this side, and I tell you what, it's nearly as best a side that they've got.
It's scary, is it not? We've got a few VFL-listed players on the side today. Lachlan Young, Caden Schreiber, one of my favourite players to watch in the EFNL for sure. And the other one, Sam Durden, of course, is going to be very dangerous wherever he plays on the ground, most likely up forward. And he's going to give them another option amongst your usual suspects in terms of Haley, Oakes, Tillig. They can all get on the scoreboard, and I think my microphone's just shut off again.
No,
we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Well, I can't hear myself. Interesting, but I'll keep going. Look, Balwyn, they've got so many options up forward. It's going to be very difficult for East Ringwood's defence to contain them, I reckon. My pick will be Balwyn, but you can't count East Ringwood out. They now have that finals experience from last year. They've run deep last year into the grand final, and I'm sure Ben Osborne's going to have quite a few tricks up his sleeve to take on the what looks like the Rolls Royce of the Premier Division.
Ray, East Ringwood set up their meeting in the qualifying final where they won their opening 8 games, but since that loss to Roval in round 9, they've made hard work with it. Where they won 5 out of their last 9, but some of those games weren't convincing. But that being said, both these sides actually probably knew 2 or 3 weeks out, right, that they were going to be playing each other this week. So I think, is it a matter of them just happen to have just gone through the motions?
I think so, Brash. Look, Brenton Sanderson, as you alluded to before, he's rested some players. He's a really experienced campaigner at a higher level. So, I don't have any problems what he's doing there. And on the other hand, Ben Osborne, we know that he's finishing up after this final series, and he has been a great attribution to East Ringwood since he's been coaching there. So they've got to find someone of his ilk if they're going to continue on. But it's just their form lately. Look, East Ringwood, they've struggled against certain sides. They've struggled against one of the local sides down here, Berwick, but then so have Roval and some of the other top sides.
Well, they actually lost to Berwick, and
so did Roval lost to Berwick.
And they lost to Vermont as well on the way into the final. They did beat Balwyn down at Balwyn by 13 points, but from all reports, from that game is that game could have gone either way. So, I mean, I'm not saying that they're flirting with their form, but I agree with you that their form leading into the final series probably isn't as well as what it was last year. I think, Jared, they went in last year with a 15-3 record at the end of the home and away season, and clearly the best side. They're 2 wins off that this year. with when you look at East Ringwood, what do you think that they need to do right from the word get-go this afternoon?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
I can't hear you, Jared.
Yeah.
So just keep going.
So East Ringwood to stop Ringwood, I think they need to stop them at home. Henry has to get them first. It's going to be a fascinating run contest between himself and Anderson, of course. And they need to be able to take Balwyn's interceptors out of the game. It's such a part of Balwyn's game to be able to take those intercept marks, rebound off of the back 50, and turn the game on from there. East Ringwood, we saw them against Holm Park earlier.
Yeah, that's all right.
Forward pressure on, and in the at the end of the day, that really hurt them, despite winning that game.
Yeah, and look, I think Ray, one of the key reasons I listened to you on the preview yesterday, and one of the key reasons where you thought that that Balwyn may have a little bit of an edge was the fact that you thought that their midfield batted a bit deeper, and you thought that they were carrying a bit more class coming into this contest this afternoon.
Yeah, you're dead right, Brash, and that's where I think the game's going to be won, in that midfield battle. But look, and also I think that I look at these two sides, and I think that if the situation comes where one of these sides have to just control the ball, take it away from the opposition, I can see Balwyn doing that for more so than I can see East Ringwood doing that.
Ray, you've been down here before. How do you think the two sides will actually play this ground this afternoon? Will they try and take the wind out of the play and probably play more down the middle, or will they have to use the flanks a bit more?
I think they'll go flank-wise myself. You know, maybe later in the game they might go down the corridor when maybe things get to a bit dire situation. But to start off, I think they'll just play their normal games. They will go wide when it's going to go wide. But the thing on this ground, which I've noticed when I've been down here this year, is if you're going to switch out of defence on this ground, you've got to do it immediately, and you've got to make sure you've got 2 or 3 other switches on that switch.
That was going to be my question, Ray. Is it a ground where you need basically 2 to 3 kicks to perform the ultimate switch?
Exactly, Brash. And look, it's a ground where the back 6 on this ground, and I saw it with Beaconsfield the 2 times I were down here. You've got to be very careful that your back 6 don't all come up out of that defensive 50, because they will just slingshot over the top and they're wide open spaces. A lot more width and all that than the grounds that these two sides are used to playing on.
So basically, it's basically a ground where your forwards can actually get lost and play themselves out of position if they push up too far, Jared.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense, I think, on a bigger ground like this. And I think that does bode well for a team whose midfielders can put themselves into attack as well, just to shore up the options going up forward, trying to work their way into the space, into the pockets, and I don't want to say cherry pick, but create an options for their own team down there.
Brace, there's one player in that East Ringwood side that I think he has got the responsibility of the world on his shoulders today.
Is it the captain?
And no, that is right. That is Jamie Henry.
Yeah.
We know he's 7 foot tall, but he's built like a goalpost. And with the rucks, the couple of rucks there for Balwyn, if they can just be body on body early in that game, they're going to wear him down. And I think that if East Ringwood are going to have any accountability in those clearances, he's got to stand up. As I say, he has got a huge responsibility today.
Let's talk about some potential matchups. Let's have a look at Sam Durden. Now, Durden, right, has only played 3 or 4 games, but every game he's played for Balwyn, Jared, he's had an impact. you and I were having a little bit of a chat about this on the way down, and we thought that Tristan Tweedy might get first dibs at it. What do you think?
Yeah, he's got to be the one for me, and he's going to have to wear Sam Durden really close to get that spoil on. I don't know if East Ringwood do have any of those other options. A guy like Delaney, he's going to want to play off his man. He's going to want to be able to set up attacks, and the player who takes Sam Durden is going to have to be completely accountable. Dylan Bealo is another potential option, but I think he goes to an Oaks or a Tillich. They just so many options down there for Balwyn that have to be covered off. It's going to be fascinating to see how this goes. Ray, do you see any other potential defenders for the Roos going to Durden?
No, I think you were dead right. I think he's the first option. After that, well, I suppose you could throw any number, 2 or 3 in there, but he would be the first option, and you just hope that he can get the job done. I
think Tweedy basically what he needs to do to make Durden accountable. He needs to actually run. He needs to run and lead Durden away from the contest, right, and use his skill, right, because he's aerobically very, very good, Tweedy, and he's also very good the way that he disposes the ball. He can hurt Balwyn indirectly because of the fact that he very rarely turns the ball over, and he makes very, very good choices.
Brash, we've spoken about the midfield, and we thought the dominance of Balwyn, but we've also got to remember Connor and Josh Waitman.
Yeah,
they're two players, but if they're not getting the supply from the rucks, you can nullify them. But but they're only little small men compared to the midfielders of Balwyn.
Well, I look at it, the way I sort of see the opening. I see Urban, Bowen Smith, Noah Lever, and Cherry Anderson in the midfield for Balwyn starting. Yeah. And for East Ringwood, I see the 2 Waitmans, Henry and James Bealo in the midfield. Yep. So I think that's where this game is going to be determined. It's this midfield, because I think both sides have equal ability in terms of goal kicking prowess. My only question is that where does Charlie fit in this afternoon? Because Brenton has prone to giving him 5-10 minute spells on the ball. On a ground like this, I wouldn't be having Charlie Haley play out of a forward pocket. I'd be having him on the half-forward flank.
Yeah, I agree, Brash, and I think at some stage of the game, what Brenton Sanderson will do, he'll clear that forward 50 out and just leave Haley one-on-one,
yes,
because that's when he's at his best.
I think also, too, we're talking about Henry, Jared.
Yep.
I think one of the things that Balwyn can do is Anderson's got a great engine around the right, and he plays he plays probably the typical old followers role, where he not only can he ruck, but his capacity around the ground. I think that would be an area that I think that he could exploit this afternoon.
It's an interesting one, because do you have Anderson push forward and perhaps take Henry out of his comfort zone, or does that clutter the forward line a little bit too much? I think on a bigger ground you do have that option of throwing Anderson forward in certain play situations, and maybe Henry will struggle a little bit to defend. You also have the option of putting Ben Silvani in there as well. He's got a pretty. He's pretty stocky, I think. He's got a bit of a tough body. It'll be interesting to see how he goes against Henry, whether or not it's sort of like going to be a battle for position between the two of them.
Would you think, Ray, between if Henry isn't the number one choice, in terms of probably a matchup for Anderson, would Hannon Mundy be a better matchup, because of he's able to cover the ground as well as Anderson? Could that be a like for like matchup?
Yeah, you're dead right, Brash. They've got several options they can use in that situation. But look, there's a player that you haven't mentioned that I haven't really seen a lot of Balwyn towards the end of this season. But early in the season, Josh Wise. He set the world on fire in the first 7 rounds or so. Can you tell me, either of you, has he had much of the football lately?
I haven't had a chance to go through the Premier Data Stats, Ray, on a individual basis. But to be honest with you, for him to actually be in this side obviously means that his contribution wherever he plays this afternoon is going to be invaluable in the overall Balwyn setup. I actually got another potential matchup this afternoon, and I think it's going to be another important one. It's the centre-half forward matchup between Will Lamont and I think Damon Delaney may get that job this afternoon. What's Delaney? They're both mobile players, and they're both very aggressive at the contest, and they like to go far and wide to search for the ball to create advantage for their side. How do you think this matchup plays out, Jared?
I'll put it this way: Delaney's been in better form than Lamont lately, and perhaps that's because Balwyn are overflowing with options up forward. But he's had such a good year. He's so calm under pressure. He's been an anchor back there for a leader back there for East Ringwood, and he, I think, has permission to play off Lamont, which could mean that Lamont has a good game and could get off the leash a little bit. We did see him play a pretty good game against Noble Park back at King's Birthday. But it's going to be a fascinating game a fascinating matchup to keep our eyes on, especially when you have Delaney just setting up so many attacks from half-back for the Roos.
I think probably there's one player that's not playing for Balwyn this afternoon that would be an automatic selection is Pollux.
Yeah.
He's obviously out. He probably is. He may be injured, but I'm just surmising there.
He kicked 6 last week, so if he's not in, I'd mention that's a reason.
So he must be playing at a higher level.
Maybe.
So then Riley Weather will play centre forward for East Ringwood. Had a really good start to the season. So a lot's going to come on him and Josh Fox this afternoon. Fox is a very much a lead-up forward, Ray, but the ball and defence are pretty tight.
Yeah, look, if East Ringwood are going to win this game, I'm going to put it out there that I think Josh Fox has got to kick at least 5 goals.
Yeah.
You say, yes, he's an enormous kick from 50 metres, but Brash, he does miss a lot from 50 metres as well.
Well, the thing is, Jamie Bennell has tricks, can be an ex-player factor, Jared, and we can. He's going to be really important this afternoon.
He's going to be one of those players as we welcome Ben Osborne, and we can ask a little bit more about how the forward line's going to function today. Welcome, Ben. It's always good to have you on the broadcast. How have you found the preparations for this afternoon?
It's been good. It's exciting, it's finals time, and that's why we play. And we're just obviously coming off a loss, but you sort of move on from that really quickly when it comes to games like this. So the boys are excited and ready to go. Yeah,
excellent. So you played this ground a couple of years ago, back in 2022, in Division 1 with Beaconsfield. Is there some familiarity there? Do you take that into account too much? And the dimensions of the ground are, rather large. How have you found the preparations for just lining up on this?
I think you can't train on grounds this size, but finals are always on big grounds, so you've got to be able to execute some things that are a little bit different than Premier Division have a lot of tight ground, so and then all of a sudden you get to finals and here we are on a massive ground and also super windy, so I think that's probably going to be the tricky thing, I suppose, with the conditions. Probably haven't had a day like this. Well, one, we don't play on many big grounds, but two, a real blustery day where it's pretty much going to one end. So it's almost a game of two halves. So it's probably, and you don't really know that until you turn up on the day. So prepping for that is sort of in the last couple of hours, really, and then sort of just getting your message. Really, contest work doesn't really change. You've got to get that under control and make sure that we can get territory. But, the ball movement side of things will be a test in these conditions.
What's been the difference between the two sides this year? Of course, there was a bit of a blowout earlier on, and then a bit more of a closer game. We've seen this contest a few times over the past couple of years. It's always rather low scoring. Is that sort of what you're expecting today? And what was the difference between those two games earlier in the year?
Yeah, I think we were going really well early on in the year and probably hitting the scoreboard a lot more. I think our goal kicking was a lot better early in the year as well, which sort of helps. Scoreboard pressure is massive, and I think the second game, it was a tight contest. Both teams really good around the contest. They've got some quality midfielders, a great ruckman, and we felt like we matched them quite well there, and we got them on the outside a bit, and that was how we were able to win that game. And that was a great win at Balwyn. It's hard to win there, so I think just the battles between us two over the last 12 months have been outstanding. So I mean, obviously that was that blowout early in the year, but I don't know, I see something similar happening today about teams taking their moments. And you look at the last final series, and it was a total of 5 points between two games, and they clearly took their moments, or one moment, more than us. So we just need to execute and learn from every game that we've played. And we've lost a few games in this back sort of four weeks, I suppose, but they've been by 8, 10 and 20 points. So we probably just haven't been taking our moments as much. So it's a critical thing, but that's just the boys out there doing their job.
Ben, just having a look at this, having a look at the ground and the setup this afternoon, is this a ground where your six forwards really have to hold their structure so that they don't get sucked out up the ground a little bit? Because this is the sort of ground that can chew your forwards up.
Yeah, I think so. I think the forwards won't realise themselves with so much space. So, as I said, with all the grounds that we play on, like, it's almost 6 on top of 6 and a couple going up to the stoppage or however that sees fit. But I think it's them working together today and making sure that we've got enough pressure around the contest from our forwards, but also creating some deep options. As I said, like, it'll be a bit of a different game with the wind and against it. So I think against it, you'll probably see teams getting up and around the footy, and then with it, probably trying to stretch the ground a bit more, and as you said, hold your space as much as you can.
Both yourself and Balwyn had really good first half of the season, where you were able to bank wins early, which really came back to help you throughout the second half of the season. Did the competition come back a little bit in terms of the tightness of the division as the season progressed? Because let's be honest, there were some surprise results in the last 9 rounds. Was it the fact that the grade itself basically has improved week on week leading up to the finals? Yeah,
I think so. I mean, there's some young clubs like Berwick, quite young, so they were probably going to take a little bit of time to get going under a new coach. I think South Croydon had some injuries early, and then they got a bit fitter and they got going. Roval have obviously had great depth through their club and are able to get through some tough times injury-wise and unavailabilities. I think it's a great competition. I think it's EFNL should be pumped about how close and what quality there is throughout the whole 10 sides. And even Mitcham ran a lot of teams close, and they're getting relegated, which is unfortunate. But I think it's a very, very close competition, and there's some teams that missed out that would have caused some trouble if they got in.
Ben, look, there's been a lot of talk about the ground so far. I'm just going to continue it on slightly more. I've been down here probably 4 times this year and see the way the Beaconsfield play. It's a ground where you have to be very careful at your back 6. Don't come out of that 6. You leave somebody back because the ball will be slingshot over the top. And then going the other way, going forward, it's a ground where I've found most sides, rather than kick to the contest going into a 50-50, put the ball out wide and back your own player running onto it.
Yeah, I think so. And it's probably a bit of a message, I would think, that both sides or anyone that comes and plays here is grass is okay. Kicking to interceptors, and obviously Balwyn is stacked with those guys. So, it's really important that we don't just, kick it to those 50-50s where, and sort of, as you said, like it's also just kicking to advantage. If you kick it on someone's head, then quality sides are going to come in and intercept or at least bring it to ground and bounce out the other way.
Couple of matchups would want to touch with you. I think Durden at full forward is going to be a really important matchup for you this afternoon. I'm crystal balling here, but I'm thinking that Tristan Tweedy gets first dibs at it.
I think so. Yeah, he's big fella, isn't he, Durds?
Yeah.
Handy little inclusion late in the year, but that'll be just the natural thing. The Tweeds will go to their best, most dangerous forward at that height, and I haven't seen Tweeds beaten too much, so this will be a great challenge.
And also too, the two Waitmans and Henry and James Bealow will probably spearhead your midfield against Lever, Bowen Smith, Anderson and Urban. So it's going to be a really fascinating dynamics between those 8 players this afternoon on who gets the upper hand.
Yeah, absolutely. That's pretty. I mean, when you get the finals, you know you're going to get quality midfields, and they're quite deep, and they probably could run another couple through there if they wanted to. So, I think, obviously what they'll be aware of and what we will be able to try and do is no one really has the stepping and the pace as the Waitmans.
No.
They can get in and get out like no other in the competition, I think. So, and James is obviously, really important to be the beast in there. And they all will have to have a go, and Marcus Kane will obviously go through there as well and get the job done when he's in there.
Well, Ben, congratulations on making the finals in the first place, and that's an achievement in itself. But hopefully by 5 o'clock this afternoon you may walk into a second semi-final against Blackburn. But for today, for the moment, thanks for giving up your time and good luck to East Ringwood this afternoon.
No worries, thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Ben.
Cheers.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the coach of East Ringwood, Ben Osborne, joining us this afternoon, and it's going to be a fascinating contest this afternoon. But the coaches keep rolling in, and at the moment, the next man in waiting is not going to keep us waiting long, and he's joining us this afternoon, and it's wonderful to have Brenton Sanderson join us on EFNL Game Day. Brenton, good afternoon to you on what is a game that you've probably been thinking about for the last 3 weeks.
Oh, yeah, we have. And it's good to finally be here, isn't it? I mean, I remember talking to you guys at Blackburn round 1, and it was a hot, windy day. I think actually it might have been 30 degrees that day.
It was.
Easter whatever day that was, Easter Saturday or whatever. But, it's good to be here. It's a bit colder today, 11 degrees and windy, but it's great to have finals here finally. And there's some really good sides missed out this year too, right? Like it's been a great season for the league, having so many clubs sort of, vying for that last couple of spots in the top 5. So, nice little recent rivalry with these guys for us. Last year's grand final rematch and massive game for both of us. So, looking forward to the first bounce.
Just having a look at the side that you've put on the park this afternoon. It's probably near one of your most strongest sides that you've got there this year, and probably with the exception of Josh Pollock's, that's probably near as best good as you can get.
Yeah, well, I've got some bad news for you there too. Pollocks won't play for the rest of the season. He tore his meniscus at Richmond VFL training on Tuesday night, so unfortunately we won't see him for the rest of the campaign, which is disappointing. He kicked 6 obviously last week. Tried him forward because he's been playing VFL for Richmond as a forward, and disappointing for us. So difficult phone call for him to make, and difficult one for me to receive, but I guess it's offset a little bit by Durden coming into the side today. Box Hill have done us a favour by allowing him to play for us, and hopefully he can be a significant contributor today.
I'm going to revisit the old chestnut that we talked about in round 1 about about the centre half forward position. I know you've stuck fat with Will Lamott throughout the season and given his opportunity. How have you seen his progression in the position? And this, to me, this seems like a ground that's tailor-made for him this afternoon. Yeah,
you're right. I don't know. I know we played most of our games. Obviously, at home, we've got one of the smallest grounds in the competition, and we sometimes get out to Berwick and we play a bit better. We actually play better on the bigger ground. So I've sort of sold that message to the players that we are better on the bigger grounds, but I don't know that for certain. We've got to make sure we can express ourselves in offense a little bit today and try and get some outside run. These guys beat us a couple of weeks ago, and I thought the way they beat us was with their smalls, their ability to get from contest to contest, and I thought they outworked us a little bit. So I've probably just argued it with myself there, saying we need a bigger ground. But yeah, it'd be a great test for us. We love, Balwyn love playing in finals, and it's finally here and we get the opportunity to sort of see where we're at. Like you said, a good side in, playing against one of the best sides in the last 2 or 3 seasons in the comp. So we're going to have to definitely be at our best today to win.
I mentioned to Ben Osmond, and I'm going to ask you the same question. These big grounds, right? This is, I would say that he would have, as he said to his forward 6, you're going to have to hold your structure on a big ground. I don't want you pushing up too far because you'll get caught out. Would that be the same sort of message that you'd be telling your forwards?
Yeah, it is. Depends on the wind a little bit too. We were out there at half-time of the reserves game, and it was still quite strong going down the middle of the ground. So depends who's kicking with it and who's kicking against it. You probably get your forwards a little bit higher into the wind and a little bit deeper, with the wind. But forward structure. One of the biggest challenges in these big games is is everyone wants to go for the same ball. You completely lose your system. So sometimes big finals, young men, they just can't focus and concentrate how they need to. And so, it's important today we get our system right. Durden straightens us up, gives us a tall target, but we've got some dangerous smalls, Markovski and Chambers, Toby Lever, Oakes and Haley. We have got some good guys at ground level who can also hit the scoreboard. And Tillig's the other one. He's a bit of a wild card. He's had a really good season, our leading goal kicker. Difficult matchup. He's a good aerial player that's good at ground level too. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that forward line functions today.
Brenton, look, I put this question to the other coach as well, and I just thought that at some stage of the game, if one side's going to just control the football for 10 minutes or so, I just believe that your guys are better at doing that than what East Ringwood would be. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's sort of hard to know sometimes when to put tempo in the game and when to go a little bit faster and sort of take the game on. But the game definitely calls sometimes to just play a little bit of kick mark and just take the gas out of the game and get back in shape. So we've got to make sure we own those moments today. This is a really good side. They got some, I love their captain. Bello's probably the best player in the competition, if not the other midfielder who's out injured at the moment, Toby. But this is we have to be at our best today without question. And there'll be moments, you're right, when we're going to have to just take the sting out of the game, play a bit of kick mark, get some repeat stoppage. But there'll be different times today when they'll have momentum and we'll have to wrestle it back, and there'll be other moments when momentum is with us and we've got to score. So it should be a ripping game.
And we can't talk ball without talking about Charlie Haley. And obviously some stage today you're going to try and get him one-on-one and not kick the ball to the contest, but put it out there in front of him, and you'd back him in every day of the week.
No, 100%, and he's such a good leader, such a dangerous player. He probably hasn't had the year this year that he has in previous, but his body takes a battering. He plays on the edge. He plays hurt all the time. He'll fight with the fans. He'll yell over the fence, and he'll yell at you guys up here, and he'll yell at the umpires. So
that's why we love him.
Yeah, exactly. We welcome it.
He brings so much charisma to our game and our league. But if he has that razor-like focus today and he's in the mood, then look out, because he does love the big stage.
You mentioned a couple of concepts in terms of when to play tempo and the big game sort of not being able to hold your shape and hold your system. How important is the on-field leadership, and also how much of a blessing is it to have those VFL players come down?
Great. I mean, it's a really good question. I talked about this on radio on Thursday. In finals, you really need your on-field leaders and your veterans to step up. They're an extension of the coaching group. They run the game when they're out there. You don't have to send the runner out because those guys just fix anything that's broken. So, guys that have been here before and guys that have played a lot of VFL footy at a higher level, we've got a couple of boys who have played AFL as well. They should be able to control the moments today. Know when to set up behind the ball, know when to go fast, know when to, they might see like a weakness in the opposition and go through that before we get a chance to identify it as coaches. So experience and on-field leadership is imperative this time of year.
It might be one of your advantages today that you could probably capitalise on. What's another that you'd be looking forward to take advantage of? We've noticed your interceptors have been fantastic. I know Schreiber's coming back. He's got a lot of arrows in his quiver, so to speak. Intercepting's one of those that I've noticed in the past. Is there anything else that we can see from Balwyn today that you'll be looking out for to capitalise upon?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Against East Ringwood specifically,
I think it's going to be a close game, and it'll just come down to those crucial moments, who can execute under pressure. They've got so many scary players. I sort of like our small forwards if they can get some space today. And I'm not saying there's an advantage there, but I think Markovski, Chambers, Toby Lever, Oakes, Haley, Lamotte and Tillig, those guys, if it's a ground level game in our front half, I think we might have an advantage there. But having said that, I really rate this team. I love their midfield. They've got a big, strong ruck, or a big developing ruck. He's not that strong yet, but he's a big fella. But yeah, we'll just have to see how the game plays out.
Brendan, I want to just talk quickly about the whole Premier Division this season. We mentioned it basically, the tightening up, particularly in the second part of the season, where you've got sides like Berwick. They've knocked off East Ringwood, they've knocked off Roval, they've run other sides to it. Then you've got Mitcham, very unlucky, to be relegated.
Yeah.
So over and all, the competition, there's no easy games anymore.
No, we found that this year. We had some really strong performances, and then we had some games where we got really exposed. And that middle tier, that group of like Noble Park, South Croydon, Berwick, East Doncaster, there's no easy games. If you don't put a good side out on the park, and if you're just 5% off your best, you get beaten. And it's the difference between finishing first, second, third, or 7th or 8th. I feel a bit for Mitcham because they just didn't quite have the depth of talent. But it would have been a great experience for them this year. They'll go back and we'll get a team come up who's going to be hungry, and we'll see how they go. But yeah, the league's in a really great position at the moment to have so many strong teams who are all playing well.
And I think the strength of that competition is too, Brendan, that it basically shows that you've got to win at least 5 or 6 games in Premier Division to stay up now, which wasn't what it was like in the past. It was only like 2 or 3. Now it's a third of the season, so that's how well the competition is going at the moment. Yeah,
good call. It's a really good observation, and I've got a lot of mates who just come and watch these games because they it's really good quality footy. There's some good players out there. It's a good style. It's a really good afternoon. Watching Eastern Footy League footy. So yeah, it's all going to plan, I think.
Well, Brenton, thanks very much for coming up on this afternoon. It's always great to come out and watch 2 quality sides, and your guys have always provided us with great entertainment for the times that we come out and cover Balwyn games. Good luck to you this afternoon, and at 5 o'clock, if you've won, you'll be in a second semi-final against Blackburn next weekend.
Beautiful. No worries, guys. Thank you, and have a good call.
Thank you very much. There you have it. Coach of Balwyn, Brenton Sanderson, joining us here this afternoon. We're going to take our first break, ladies and gentlemen, and then when we'll come back, we'll start going through some of the other games that are set down for decision this afternoon. But you're at Holm Park this afternoon, home of the Eastern Football League Premier Division qualifying final between East Ringwood and Balwyn, coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming all around the world on Facebook and YouTube. Don't go away. We'll be back real shortly.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprain your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Qualifying final day here, Premier Division style, down here at Holm Park in Beaconsfield, and what a magnificent setup. As I've said before, we are really looking forward to bringing this broadcast to you this afternoon. We've spoken to the coaches and spoken at length with them about how they feel the game will pan out this afternoon, but we're going to just change tack for a little bit, and we'll start going through some of the other finals that will shape more quality games as the weeks roll on to the grand finals in a couple of weeks' time. We're going to move into Division 1, and I think it's the match of the round this afternoon at East Burwood. It's the second semi-final between South Belgrave and Park Orchards. These two sides, gentlemen, they finished 1 and 2. They finished 5 games clear of third spot. They've clearly been the best two sides in this division for the whole season. Park Orchards were really impressive last week, Ray. They won by 64 points over Beaconsfield, and they can carry a lot of confidence into this game against South Belgrave this afternoon.
Yeah, no, you're dead right, Brasser. They're obviously been the best two sides in this division. South Belgrave, look, they have been enormous, but look, we've said this the other week on the radio on one of our podcasts. The fact that we don't give Park Orchards enough credit, I don't think, as a media team. You know, they have been, they go about their work just business-like. They win an odd game by a big margin, but all they have to do is keep winning. And if you keep winning, Jared, percentage doesn't mean a thing. And that's what they do. And they play Dominie Reserve, you know, like a fortress. And they deserve to be up there where they are. And I think that they're, you know, we spoke about all year about South Belgrave, but I think this is a 50-50 premiership chase for me on this division. Most definitely. And Jared, the one thing that you know about Park Orchards, you have a look at the side that they put out week on week. It's a fit side. It's a fit young side. Their injuries, whilst they do get them like other clubs, they look like they're well managed. And the thing is, their lineups don't change all that much, which breeds consistency right amongst the playing group as the season wears on.
Well, one of the main hallmarks of Park Orchards is their pressure game. They play that pressure game consistently all throughout the year. They play 4 quarters of it, and when it comes to finals time, that is the sort of game that it's always going to be. You know, there's always so much pressure, so much tackling in a final side. And for a team that's honed that specific aspect of their game throughout the 18 rounds beforehand, they set themselves up really well to take a dig at the premiership this year.
And they are very well coached. As we know, Brett, Paris Hardy's been around nearly as long as you and I have. And he is a coach that, even when things don't seem to be going the way that he would like, he doesn't change a lot. He just sticks with it and backs his players in and to turn it around without him interfering a lot. And I love the way he coaches. He's not one of these high-profile coaches, but he's coached at a few clubs now, but he gets results.
Well, Christian Haidt took over at South Belgrave this year, and I guess, like any new coach, you don't know what to expect, Jared. But I tell you what, the way South Belgrave have acquitted themselves this year, they really have set themselves up for a big game today. I think the good thing about South Belgrave this year is I think they've been probably man-managed in terms of game output to give others opportunity, and I think it's going to pay dividends for them today.
Yeah, season's a marathon, isn't it? Not a sprint, and so I think look. You can say that Christian Haidt has come into South Belgrave and he's got a lot to work with. He's got an excellent list to work with. But the sign of a good coach is that he's made the most of it. And I don't think, a couple of years ago or last year they bowed out in the finals pretty disappointingly against Beaconsfield in that semi-final. And we wondered to ourselves, okay, have they peaked? And for a new coach to come in and do what he's done at South Belgrave, gotten such consistent results, even while rotating players in and out, even not having every star on the park as consistently as he perhaps would have liked, or maybe that was the plan. Well, look, there's a premiership. There's a reason that they're the premiership favourites, I would say.
Yeah, look, and I think obviously when you've got an X-factor player like Tim Smith, I think, and the Garners and that, and Dunstan and Simonson. I mean, it's a quality lineup. But then on the other hand, you've got Keppel, Blakey, Livingston, Lewis Downey, and Prozenak for Park Orchards are all quality players. I think it's going to be a fascinating contest this afternoon. I'm tipping South Belgrave, but I tell you what, they'll only win by about 2 goals.
Yeah, well, I'm very similar. I'm picking South Belgrave, probably by the same margin. And look, the one thing I like what South Belgrave have done, we've had a bye in this division, and they have managed very well their players that they wanted to rest around that bye. Some the week before, that they've been able to get 2 weeks out of them, as a rest, the ones that needed. And I think they've handled that situation perfectly.
Jared, what do you reckon?
I'm actually leaning towards Park Orchards for this one. I genuinely think that they can give this one a red-hot crack. I obviously won't be surprised at all if South Belgrave come off and even, I wouldn't be too surprised if they win by 6-7 goals, the Saints. But the Sharks, I think they've put themselves in a really good spot, and I think South Belgrave might be in for a bit of a shock today.
Let's move to Division 2 quickly. Second semi-final day at Walker Park, Mitcham sees Templestowe and taking on once again a side that just still is beyond belief their rise in the Eastern Football Netball League in the last 2 years. They're playing Surrey Park. Surrey Park haven't been able to knock over the Dockers so far this year, and I think quickly for mine, I have a feeling that the bigger bodies of Templestowe might hold sway here this afternoon. I think if the ground is, and I don't think Templestowe mind either if the ground's heavy as well, because they've proven themselves in many conditions. I think Mitchener has been the standout ruckman. You've got Mariani in the midfield, and you've got Daniel Cooper down forward, and Fogarty in the midfield.
Fogarty too.
Yeah, so look. I think it's been Templestowe's to lose for quite a long while this season, and I think they get the job done. But I think it'll be close. I'll give it a couple of goals.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Bash. Look, Templestowe, they've been the standout side in the competition, and that midfield, they are just so hard at it in and under, and I think that's what wins you premierships in this division.
What do you reckon, Jared?
Woodfall's in great form, of course, but coming up against the behemoth Mitchener today. It's obviously going to be the fight of his life. We do have quite a few players here on the Surrey Park list that have Premier Division experience, so they know how to handle themselves in tough, high-pressure situations, and even the players who have stayed with Surrey or have come from Surrey Park and been with them through Division 4, Division 3. You know, they've played multiple finals, they've played on the big stage, and I don't think they're going to they're not going to disgrace themselves today, Surrey Park, but it just feels like the matchups are going to be too much heavily weighted in Templestowe's favour. You've got to give the Dockers every chance in this one, and look, if they lose, it would be a bit of a shock, and Surrey Park, They'll have another shot at it. They'll have another shot at it. And the thing that I've always said is that they, over the past few years, they've learned how to take on each team every time they play them. They learn a little bit more. They learn a little bit more every time they play them. And this is yet another learning experience. Season's not over if they lose this.
Preliminary final day at Jubilee Park this afternoon in 3rd Division sees Knox take on Scoresby. And Ray, you said on the preview yesterday that you thought even though Scoresby in terms of their ability to play very close football and the bigger bodies, you didn't necessarily subscribe to that theory because you thought that the wider expanses of Ringwood might actually help Knox to overcome that factor.
Yeah, and I based that on last week's game that we saw out there at Jubilee Park. And I know that Knox got a couple of injuries out of that, and they haven't been able to stand up today, but they've still got some other very good outside. I like the way that Knox run the ball when they get it. And on the big wide open spaces, I honestly feel that Knox, even though they lost last week, I think they can bounce back, and I think they can split Scoresby open.
I think you're right, and I think where they could, Jared, where I think Knox could exploit Scoresby is if they can really take control of the switch. If they can move the ball side to side, I think Scoresby are going to be in trouble.
Oh, it's going to come down to that sort of fitness, the willingness to run across the ground to set up that zone when Scoresby do look for the switch, and the awareness as well, the on-field awareness that Knox do like to do that, and that comes down to on-field leadership. I think that's there for Scoresby. I think my concern perhaps is I wouldn't say an over-reliance on men, but perhaps just the lack of other options there that will, beat a Mitch Greaves, beat a Tom Weir in one-on-one contests down the ground.
But, Jared, could you say the same thing about Knox, their reliance on Harry Greaves?
That's a good point. They don't have that centre-half forward that Scoresby, Declan McBean plays a pretty good centre-half forward
role.
And
I think, Ray, I think you spoke to Steve Buckle and he was bemoaning the fact that he was hoping that his small forwards would be able to make a greater contribution on the scoreboard. They're going to have to do that today if Knox are going to win.
Yeah, Sam Goyne is. He might have to have a pretty big day. He's elusive. He's a very elusive player, as we noted when he came up against Don Vale, and Braden Barlow as well. Braden Barlow is going to have a pretty big game too.
I thought he was a little disappointing last week, Braden Barlow.
Yep.
But
just to interrupt you, Brash, in the reserves here, it's 19 3/4 minutes gone. Roval have just kicked a goal to be a point in front, and they have kicked 6 of the last 7 goals of the game.
Well, that's excellent performance there by Roval. You know, it's a 7-4-46. Roval now 7-5-47, as you said. It's 20 minutes gone in the last quarter. I also think too that I think Steve Buckle needs to take a punt with Greaves. I think play him at centre half forward and play him as a running centre half forward. Right, direct the ball from him and give him space.
Yep, and then so the proposition there is to have midfielders stream forward, your wingers stream down, find the pockets, find some space, and then they'll take the mark, kick the goal.
Final game set down for decision this afternoon. It's the big preliminary final clash between Whitehorse Pioneers and Warrandyte. And Warrandyte have done themselves a great favour. Their month leading into the finals, they had the bye, they lost the momentum, but they've regained it. But I reckon they've been getting better and better as the season progressed, Ray.
I agree with you, Brash, that we saw them the other week and they were absolutely magnificent.
And there we have it.
Oh, my word.
We have it. Grove will move into the second semi-final
by 1 point.
By 1 point, 7-5-47. Blackburn 7-4-46.
Yeah.
So I think Warrandyte undeniable chance.
I think Warrandyte will win this game, and I'll tell you why. Andrew Haining has been very good for the Pioneers, but he is not a mobile ruckman anymore. Warrandyte have got the two big mobile ruckmen, and I think that's where they're going to win it. Intercept marking and clearances around the ground, because I can't see Haining keeping up with it.
Jared, last word?
Taylor Hayton is going to have a big day today, I think, against Haining around the ground.
Well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That's pre-match done this afternoon here down at Holm Park this afternoon. After the break, we're going to assemble the call team for the big clash this afternoon between East Ringwood and Balwyn. But stay tuned, because great times are ahead. You're listening to Radio Eastern 98.1 and coming live via Facebook and YouTube.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to the Eastland EFNL Match of the Round. You are listening to us on Eastern 98.1 and the Facebook and YouTube streams. Thank you so much for joining us. We are live from Holm Park Reserve. It's Premier Division Finals action. It's East Ringwood versus Balwyn. Not only is it an important final this year, it's also a grand final rematch from last year, so it's going to be a fascinating clash. My name is Jared Beanland. Thank you very much to Wayne and Ray for joining me on the pre-game, but now we are assembling the call team. Ryan Long, the media manager of the Eastern Football and Netball League, you'll be calling alongside me. Thank you very much for joining.
Yes, thank you, Jared. Fantastic to be out here at Holm Park Reserve. Historic day for the league. First time we've had a senior final out at Beaconsfield. The ground is spectacular, perfect size. I've just had a look and how much that car park is full, has filled up over the last hour and a bit. but the facilities are great. It's fantastic to be up here at Beaconsfield, and looking forward to it. A grand final rematch from last year in Premier Division. Two very, very good sides, so can't wait to get stuck into it.
Brush, you were on the pre-game show with me, of course. Good job hosting that. We spoke to the coaches as well. How are you feeling now about this game as it's all settling in and we're about to get ready? That's not on there. There we go.
That's all right.
We've had a couple of headset issues earlier. If you had joined us before, I think you would have heard a bit of a kerfuffle.
Now there's a kerfuffle because Brash has wrapped himself up like he did last week, tripping over cables. You should be on. he's got the wrong headset.
You're on, Brash.
Am I?
You're on.
Yeah.
You're
didn't have the audio.
as intended.
You're good to go.
Well, I can hear myself, but I can't hear anything through the headphones. But no, Jared, congratulations for joining me on pre-match. It was an excellent pre-match, and look, I'm looking forward to the contest this afternoon. I think East Ringwood still get the job done, and I think they'll win by about 7 points.
It's interesting, isn't it? We were talking about Balwyn, how they do have perhaps their best team out on the field that they have had all year. I am leaning Balwyn in this one personally. Ryan, how do you feel about this one? East Ringwood, they've had the wood over them a little bit this year, but Balwyn have the history over them. In 2024, they took 3 out of 4 matches.
I think this is one of those games where by 5 o'clock today, we're going to have a much better idea on how this Premier Division final series is going to shape out. East Ringwood, as you're right, correct, they've had the better Balwyn during the home and away season, but in the back half of the year, their form has dropped off a little bit. There's a couple of players missing in that side for the Roos, a couple of players that I don't know if they're going to be 100% going into today's clash, where Balwyn, as you said, a pretty strong lineup today, and they have had a strong lineup all year. It's been the valuable, obviously, assets that they've had for it with the VFL players, all this type of stuff. So I think going off what we saw last year in the final series, where Balwyn didn't have the best form leading up to it, but then that first final they were switched on against Roval and they turned it on. I have a feeling they might do something similar.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be fascinating to see what, because we did see East Ringwood, they faltered against Roval last week. I don't think they do too well against Roval.
2 losses against the Hawks this year.
It's
I'm on board now, guys.
Welcome, welcome, Wayne.
I can hear myself and I can hear everyone else. I'll just quickly say again, if you didn't hear me, East Ringwood have been really good this year. I think it's a close game, and I'll reiterate my tip. I think East Ringwood will win this game, but it'll be a small margin, 7 points. It's Keystone Cops. I'm up here with me this afternoon.
I believe we've got Blake Tennant on the boundary too. If you got us, Blake, welcome.
If you're lucky.
Have we got me?
Yeah, we got you.
I'm on.
Yeah.
Good to be here. Premier Finals footy is always a good one as well. And conditions, a bit windy where I'm at the moment. But all in all, I think it's a good day for footy. If I was playing, I'd love to play as well in these conditions. And just want to mention half the press, Josh Tovey. You might know him, or everyone knows who he is, but he's the runner today for East Ringwood. So
look at that.
There you go. That's the one I found out. That's a scoop of the day, I reckon.
Keep an eye on him across the final series. Ray Baird also joining us.
Yeah,
Welcome, Ray.
Yeah. Well, I'm selecting Balwyn, boys. I just think that the game's going to be won in the midfield, and I just think that their midfielder, bigger bodies, are going to wear East Ringwood down, and they've got the forward line for me to kick a winning score. I tell you what, that wind stopped now, right now.
It has dropped a bit.
And the sun's come out, so Blake Tennant has got us way down here down the coast, so the sun's shining.
That sea breeze isn't blowing anymore. It looks like Balwyn will be kicking to the left of screen, East Ringwood to the right. It's going to be fascinating to see how this pans out. The ball is held aloft by the umpire. Finals action in Premier Division is underway, and Ryan Long will kick us off.
Henry taking on Anderson in the initial tap out. Urban's first to maintain possession of the football, wrapped up in the tackle, and we'll do it all again right in the middle of Holm Park Reserve. Great to be out here for the first time in an EFNL senior final. There's a quick clearance here for the Tigers through Schreiber. An intercept mark taken for East Ringwood. And in defence there, Zach McGowan has a short option in Delaney on the far side, who chips it down the line to Mitch Keedle. The long sleeves. He'll use the ball, sending down the line, crashing that pack. Out the back was Wetherill. He's wrapped up, got hands away as that ball comes across the line. And we'll get a boundary throw in.
I think with the prevailing weather conditions today, I've almost got a feeling that both sides will be trying to rack up a lot of uncontested disposal.
Yeah, I certainly think so, as they do it again. Henry and Anderson. Anderson slips over. Bennell involved for the first time. Wrapped up once again, so a few stoppages start this game. 1.5 minutes into this first quarter. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, as well as our Facebook and YouTube streams. Schreiber's got the handball off. The kick then was smothered, and the ball is held up on that far side. In the two finals, these two sides played last year. It's almost an identical scoreline.
2 points.
With Balwyn winning, yes, by just a couple of points in both the qualifying final, or the semi-final and the grand final. As this ball unable to get out on that far side. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's another low-scoring game as it was in those two finals. Very defensive first, as finally the Roos get a bit of space and they go towards the middle of the ground. Intercepted there by Bowen Smith. Socket off the ground towards centre-half forward here for the Roos. We'll get a ball up.
Noticing the half forwards pushing up quite a bit to join the contest.
Yeah, Fox is really, he pushed up very far there.
Henry got the tap down this time. And it was Pico wrapped up by Schreiber. We'll get another stoppage. We've gone 2.25 minutes in this first quarter. Free kick's been picked out. It's going to go the way of Balwyn from that ruck contest. Or, no, umpire's pointed the other way now. It's Henry. So Fox is leading into the pocket. Henry just a little slow on the uptake for that one. He's going to kick it to the pocket anyway. Oh, it just came off the wrong part of the boot by the looks of it. Crashing in was Wetherill, but not going to affect anything.
Jared, I've said all the years I've been watching footy, ruckman can't kick, and that was a perfect example of it.
Yeah, that kick was perplexing,
terrible.
Wasn't it?
That was a shank.
Yeah.
So let's see if there's a better effort this time. Anderson works his way to the side. Balwyn get an aggressive handball forward, but it's going to come right back. East Ringwood into the pocket. Mark taken by Bennell.
See, the way the wind did, I reckon that wind blowing, this is going to be a very difficult shot for goal. He's kicking basically straight into that wind.
Yeah. You said the wind had died a few minutes ago.
Picked right back up.
It had. No, it was just taking a breather.
Yeah. Interesting matchup, Ben Silvani on Josh Fox. That's going to be an interesting matchup this afternoon.
Jamie Bennell has kicked 18 goals for the year. Not quite the 25 that he kicked last year, the former Norwood man, of course the former West Coast and Melbourne man at AFL level, and the wind did what it would with that kick. And I'm trying to see if that was out in the full. It was, gee.
Missed everything,
so
Jared.
Would have been lucky to score into that wind and did not.
So no score there for the Roos. We're still tied 0 apiece in this contest. 4 minutes into the first quarter as they look to get out of defence here through Markovski. Being important when he's been available for the Tigers this year. The mark taken by Durden, got the handball off to the skipper in Haley. He goes inside 50 in the direction of Oakes, who's out the back. Running onto this first, the Roos have some numbers, but they're happy to see that across the line in their back pocket.
Wasn't much that Haley could do apart from just bomb the ball down there. What he did was good because he actually kicked it over the contest and the ball's gone out of bounds. Now they can set up for a throw-in.
Well, that's right. They locked inside their forward 50 for the first time this afternoon. We'll get a boundary throw in. Durden to go up against Henry. In the ruck, Durden was in front position. Dylan Below was looking for his brother in James. Bowen Smith off the Haley, spins around and wrapped up by his opposite
kick,
captain.
No, dropped the ball.
That's what I mean, free kick.
Yeah, incorrect disposal, mate. It was Charlie Haley. I thought you were one of his favourites. You give him everything, Bresh.
Yes. One skipper on another. James Below for East Ringwood. Long kick out of defence. You can see how that ball holds up in the wind a little bit, but that's a great kick and a great mark there from Riley Wetherill. In tough conditions with that wind really starting to pick up. As soon as Ray said there's The wind has dropped off. So expect it to be back and forth across today. There was Waitman involved for the Tigers. Now Silvani down the line, almost intercepted by McGowan. And ball crosses that boundary line on the far side.
I almost think the two centre-half forwards for their respective sides are going to probably have to play a non-typical centre-half forward game this afternoon. I think they're going to have to push up a lot further than what they like.
5.5 minutes, or nearly 6 minutes gone now in the first quarter. Schreiber gets the quick clearance forward. Good punch away by Tweedy. Playing very close on Durden there.
Probably had the record for most spoils in a game this year, I think, just about.
That's it's such an impressive stat. He
Over
reads
20
the
in a
way,
game.
he reads the play so well, and it's going to be hard for Durden or any forward to shake him. He's always on their back. Back into play. Throw in fell a little bit short, so scrap ensues, and Smith's at the bottom of that. Neither ruckman has really taken control of the contest just yet. Smith fighting for it. Anderson at ground level, Henry there too. Not much movement through passages of this first quarter.
When you've got 36 players all forward of the centre.
Centre line, that's right, Fresh.
Makes it difficult, doesn't it?
I think it's just going to be the nature of the way this game's going to play out, I feel.
Yeah. Anderson had to tackle along with Schreiber. Waitman couldn't go anywhere.
It does speak to the value of goals this afternoon.
Most definitely.
When sides get him.
Back into play. And wrapped up there was Nolan, not going anywhere as Belo tackled. Another ball up.
You'd almost think a goal today might be worth 1.5 in terms of the way that the ball is in play.
Belo just didn't quite get his boot to it, got the handball away to Bennell, and now East Ringwood will move forward, kick onto the wing, intercepted immediately though, so Balwyn will have a chance now. It's in the hands of Charlie Haley, the skipper. Just searching for options, sends it to half forward, and Bowen Smith takes the mark. No checking there on him by East Ringwood. But there's a whole web of players ahead of him, and how does he untangle it? With a kick to the hot spot, it will be over the top. No mark to Durden. And getting it out of there was Donnelly. It's going to come right back. Nearly an intercept mark taken there by Wise, but scrap at ground level ensues. Taken out of there by East Ringwood, tackled immediately. There's Josh Waitman now, gets the handball away. It's come straight back to Smith. He bombs it long. Tweedy v Durden once more. Offhand, scooped up now by Tillig. Just tackled out of it, couldn't quite take it away. Delaney now has a bit of space to work into. Chipping little option to Keedle, takes a diving mark. Is this an opportunity for East Ringwood to come forward now? They're on the near side. Gets it to Nolan, confronted immediately by Turner. But that he took the mark. It was paid by the umpire, and East Ringwood now have that same dilemma ahead of them. Oh, Turner hot onto it, smothered it off the mark. But East Ringwood had the cavalry there to send it back, and now Schreiber takes the intercept mark.
You can tell how much pressure East Ringwood are, because they're just bombing the ball back to the centre, and it's just the intercept marking a ball when sends it straight back again.
So here we go again, inside 50. At front position here, Keedle in the long sleeves. Didn't make good connection to the ball. Waitman's got it, just gets the handball off in time as they move this down the line on the broadcast side. Centre wing, and a great marking defence here for Balwyn, who look to now use the corridor. And they switch this play. Lamotte hits up the target at centre half forward here for the Tigers, who goes long towards the goal line. Haley in front position. Do you hold it? Not quite. McGowan does enough to get that across for a minor score. And that is one behind Balwyn. East Ringwood no score. Almost 10 minutes played in this first quarter.
Just a bit of rain as well at the moment, boys. So conditions might be a bit down, and still a bit of wind around, but yeah, rain's definitely coming about now.
So settling in for what could be a dour game here at Holm Park Reserve. East Ringwood got the exit from their defence, but will go no further. Boundary line will swallow it up.
Interestingly, this year, East Ringwood have averaged 275 disposals in their games versus Balwyn 301. I know 26 disposals doesn't seem much, but it is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how often they get their hands on it this time. Rid sends it forward with a high kick in hope. Delaney couldn't take the mark. Had a bit of backup, but the boundary line beat them all.
It just shows you the pressure so far, Brasher. You know, we're in a finals game, and there's been no real clearances from the centre break for a clear move forward.
Yep, neither side can. I know it's still a feeling out process, Ray, but I think the early signs are that this is going to be a very defensive-minded game.
Yep.
Back into play once more. Falling to ground was Seymour. Smith now gets the clearance to Turner. Kick into the pocket. Durden was there. Punch once more by Tweedy. Snap. Just too skinny out in the fall. And yeah, I mean, with the clearances just not necessarily being too much of a factor that, or well, perhaps at a premium, more to the point, Urban and Smith, I mean, they could get to work later on in the game. We'll see how that will pan out. As Schreiber couldn't get boot to ball properly. Boundary line once more, the option of the day.
Wouldn't terribly surprise me if they're only 23, 24-minute quarters this afternoon.
Yeah. And the greasy conditions as well is just going to make this so much harder. Now it's Mundy versus Anderson in the ruck. Anderson will get the tap down. Bennell streamed through, just couldn't control it, however. Tackled out of it was Kane holding the ball. Ball to go forward now. 12 minutes gone in this first quarter, just the one behind on the score. Back to the Tigers. Schreiber sends it forward. Durden the obvious target. Another punch by Tweedy. That's what he does so well. And it's come out through. That was Lever, Toby Lever to Haley. Boundary throw in once more.
I'd like to see Balwyn, instead of bobbing the ball long like that, look for a short option first.
Yeah, I think they've looked more dangerous when they switch the ball up.
Yeah. They just kick it in, hope that one of them's going to mark it.
And with Tweedy down there, that's been very difficult. Smith hands it out, slimming, swung round, got boot to ball anyway. That was never going to be 15. And the pack falls on top of the ball.
I was waiting for Wayne Brescher to call that one short, that kick.
Yeah, it was short.
Tap down. Oh, Haley, here we go. Smells an option, and that's Durden. So Haley got the snap around the body. Not entirely sure what his intention with it was, but Durden was in the right spot at the right time.
All he wanted to do was put it on the top of the square then. And look, he's so dangerous around the stoppies like that.
So Sam Durden, 14 goals in 4 games for Balwyn this year. So we're expecting big things from him today if it is going to come his way. This for first blood in the qualifying final. 13 and a half minutes gone in this first quarter at Holm Park Reserve, and we've been waiting on this moment. Sam Durden could provide us with that spark to start the game. Nope. And he's missed it to the skinny side and kicked the one behind. Balwyn, 2 points. East Ringwood yet to score.
So the Tigers doing all the attacking in the early stages of this first term. No to prevail just yet as Weatherall long out of the back half. Turner is first to the football, wrapped up on that far side of the ground, which has been where most of the play has been in this first 14 minutes of this game. And Mundy with the tap down, James Below back to Mundy. Mundy got off on the left boot. And they get this moving forward through Waitman. And now they're looking to use the corridor. Poor kick, it's turned over, and Connor Gent was able to take the mark uncontested. The mark there on the far side was dropped, but the Tigers still in possession of the football here. Young finds his target, and they look to now switch the play through Wilson. They mucked up the kick, and now it's the chance of Fox to get involved. And we'll get a ball up, about 65 out from East Ringwood's goals. 2 plays 0, Balwyn leading 15 minutes into this first term. James Below trying to break through 2 Tiger tackles. And wrapped up once again.
Gee, if you're going to switch to the corridor, you've got to hit your target.
Yeah, you're right.
They got out of jail then.
And they were lucky as this ball Now gets a chance to go forward through Donnelly. Jamie Bennell running onto this one, picked up cleanly, got the handball off. High kick, not going to be 15 metres. Spoiled away there, but it's almost a chance for East Ringwood. There was a push in the back, not called. Waitman got it off to Norris. Bouncing ball inside 50, rolls out of bounds.
That ball, it didn't go 15 metres, it went 80 metres, 40 up and 40 down.
Yes, that's right. As we'll get a boundary throw in. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM and our Facebook and YouTube streams on pretty cold spring day. Tap down from Durden. Chased by Bennell. Keeps this one alive. His teammate there got nowhere to go though, ran into traffic.
Brash, East Ringwood just can't get free, can they? The
No.
pressure that Balwyn's applying.
I think it might be both ways too,
Yeah,
Ray.
it is. But
So Wetherill, Waitman, wrapped up by Urban again, and same result. Another ball up inside 50 for East Ringwood. Great crowd out here today. A lot of people in their cars, of course. But fantastic to be out here at Beaconsfield. Here's Bennell tucked away in the pocket for the first goal of the final series. Not quite, just a minor score, but East Ringwood on the board, one behind. It was into the post.
Brash,
Ball
you
with
were
two
right.
behinds.
You were right before. Every player in the inside 50, and now they're all at the same, the other end now. Every player's
Just the way the game's going.
It is. Everyone's following the ball up on the big ground.
Yeah, exactly. Tillich, the target down the line, went over his head, bounced into the hands of Josh Waitman.
I think what happens is in the finals, sometimes both sides are trying too hard, right, and they're not and can't play their natural game because they're too scared to make a mistake.
Well, this is what Brenton Sanderson said. They forget where it is, you know.
So free kick went to Markovsky, down the line kick, and it will go over the boundary line in that self-same spot. I reckon there's been about 5, maybe even 8 throw-ins from this very spot.
Well, I would say that probably 95% of the play has been on the far side of the ground.
It has.
And this sort of game, you think the goal's going to come perhaps not from a set play or good system. It's going to be an opportunistic sort of shot at goal as Bennell had before.
And the way the quarter's setting up, we could even have a goalless first quarter here.
We probably will. There are 18 minutes gone at the moment.
And neither side has scored a goal.
And the rain's not going to help. Back into play. We've got Mundy against Anderson. Mundy got the tap down. Well roved by Kane, showing it through hands East Ringwood. Geimer gets boot to ball. Forward we go. Bouncing into the hands of East Ringwood now. On the outside, Delaney. Clever little tap on, but well read by Silvani. Gets it off to Urban, and now they march forward through Markovsky. Tillich's the option. He's always a good mark overhead, but Tristan Tweedy read that really well. Knew exactly where that was going, and the player he had to disrupt. Over the boundary line it went.
The long bomb's not going to cut it today.
No.
It's going to be run and carry.
It has to be. It really has to be. It's, and that's what I want to see as well. Mundy took it out of the ruck off his opponent's tap. Bouncing ball, looking for territory mostly. Out in the front of the East Ringwood dugout. It's gone over the line. 19 minutes gone. Rain continues to tumble.
Lockie Young's got the big job on Riley Wetherill this afternoon at centre half forward.
It'll be a fascinating clash, of course. Smith goes to ground in the tackle of Donnelly. And I reckon there's probably some players out there maybe crossing their minds, how on earth do Beaconsfield do it here at Holm Park? So Smith overran it. Urban went again, got it to Wilson. He had to tackle Waitman. Ball up.
Of course, Richmond VFL side out here at Holm Park Reserve this year.
Oh, yeah.
So it's certainly been a well-known ground for not just the EFNL.
Tapping it down. Smith. I thought Bilo was in his back, but umpire leaning.
Maybe Richmond could move into the FNL and do a bit better, mate.
Ray just lost his spot in Premier Grand Finalists.
And another tackle was laid. Arm wrestle goes absolutely nowhere at the moment. We're on this near side though, at least. Urban drops the knees, holding the ball. So there was the opportunity. The umpire says, we're going to break this up. The moment I see any player with any sort of prior, I'm going to give the ball to the opponent. And it was Connor Waitman. He gets it to Donnelly. Once more, Balwyn. They've got their interceptors in place. Who's it going to be to fly this time at the back? No mark taken. Scrap at ground level once more. There was Noah Lever tackled by 2. And East Ringwood, they were able to advance it 40 or so metres down the line, but no further. Henry will take on Anderson again. Bealo wrapped up by Smith the moment he had the ball. 2 plays 1 in a dour struggle here at Holm Park Reserve. Qualifying final action. Urban tackled. Once more a ball up. Anderson gets the tap. Now kicked forward through Donnelly. It's a high up and under. Daunting prospect for anyone underneath that one. Lever didn't take the mark, took it on the bounce. Bouncing ball it was to Geimer. He's just going to send it to the sky again. Bit of a rainmaker into the pocket. No mark taken. Bennell had to tackle. And he wrapped up Josh Wise.
Got a progress score in First Division qualifying second semi-final. South Belgrave are out of the blocks. 4-3, 27 Park Orchards, 2 behinds.
Here's James Bealo, hammering it forward into space. Almost ran on it to himself as they crowd across the line. No free kick either way.
Division 2, we've got Surrey Park out of the blocks. 3-3, 21 leading Templestowe, 4 behinds.
How about that?
That's a big one there, as umpire Dan Beard just explaining his decision or non-decision on the far side out there in the pocket. Weatherall got the tap down, socket off the ground. Picked up that time by Wise. Did he cop one high? I said no.
Preliminary final, Knox 4 straight 24 leading Scoresby 3-2 20.
So everyone's scoring except Balwyn and East Ringwood at the moment. 2-1 at this game. Tigers leading 22, coming up to 23 minutes gone first term. Won't be a long quarter, so won't be too long here, but we're deep inside East Ringwood's forward half. So is there a chance for the Roos before quarter time? Delaney getting through traffic, puts the ball towards goal. Fox is there. It's spoiled across the line, so all tied up, boys, 2 behinds apiece.
How valuable it would be for either side to score a goal now in this quarter. You would go into the next quarter full of confidence.
It would be a moral victory as much as anything. Over the back it went. It was Lever the option. He didn't take it. And
off the ball? No.
Off the ball. Yeah, okay, holding it. Maybe incorrect disposal.
He dropped it and it come off his knee. If it had come off his foot, he probably would have got away with it.
And McGowan, he kicked it
but you
down
can
the
see
line.
how Balwyn flooded back, because when that ball did come back to the centre, there was 5 East Ringwood players there to pick it up.
Now it's come to Jason Coughlin. Searching. Who's down there? They have the tall timber to East Ringwood in Fox and Weatherall. Is anyone going to get to it? No, offhand it comes to Wise. Wheeling and dealing to Urban. Great hit, bodylining the ball there was Tilly. Keedle felt that one. And he's happy to take it over the line.
Brash, the question is, can either side keep this pressure up for the next quarter?
No,
it's pressure.
It is pressure, and look, you expect the game has to open up, Ray. At some stage it has to open up.
So kick in inside the forward 50. What on Marcus Kane? He gets it to Geimer. Geimer takes the shot towards the pocket. No mark taken. Tackle laid in the pocket. Another ball up. So ball up once more. And Wise tackled. 2-2 at the moment, nearly 25 minutes gone. I imagine the siren will be imminent.
It's almost like a soccer game, isn't it?
Balwyn, slam it out of defence. Territory taken. Now bounces into the hands. And that was about, looked like it was going to be the most active play of the quarter. And the siren went. So here we are at Holm Park Reserve. It's quarter time. East Ringwood 2 behinds, Balwyn 2 behinds, qualifying final action, and the pressure has been heavy in this arm wrestle. We'll be back after this break with the second quarter.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Holm Park Reserve in Beaconsfield. It is finals time in Premier Division, and we have a grand final rematch between East Ringwood and Balwyn. Currently, it is quarter time. 2 points apiece. No goals kicked in that first quarter, and let it be known, it is a titanic struggle out there. A lot of pressure around the stoppages, a lot of tackling, and not much movement, Brash.
No, and I mean, this is a typical finals game, and it just looks like the ground has really evened up this contest in terms of the conditions, the prevailing conditions. I think both sides are trying to make hay or trying to cope with the conditions as best they can. I think it's turned into not into a kick and mark game. It's a game where the runners are going to have to come, the runners and the on-ballers are going to have to work overtime this afternoon, right, to create opportunities for their forward 50. I think rotations now are going to be even more important, especially rolling through the midfield.
Badgy Wes.
Let's go down to Blakey on the boundary.
Yeah, just got Brendan Sanderson. Brendan, a bit of a scrap early days, finals footy, I know, but how have you judged playing on this grounds in the first quarter?
Yeah, we played really poorly. We obviously had the wind, or a bit of wind that's out there, and we just played really safe and wide and slow. Disappointing. We should be 4 or 5 goals down, really, but disappointing start. We've got to wake up.
Yeah, and what are you going to bring in for this second half? More of the corridors?
Too many guys slow and safe. So yeah, we'll try and take the game on a little bit more, I think.
All right, thanks, Brendan.
That's interesting because I think the way Brenton was talking about that, I sort of, whilst I agree, but on the other hand, I don't think East Ringwood allowed them.
No, that's true. Maybe he's just bored.
Well, it was one. I mean, we're really where we were at the start. We don't know much more than that. If the wind, how significant is it on ground level? Will ask Blake when he's got a chance.
Well, there was a couple of footballs there that were kicked very high in the air, and they went back towards them. So the wind is still out there.
It would have been real interesting to hear Ben Osborne's take on that first quarter, just to see what the perspective was between the two coaches.
Yeah, what the contrast is. Yeah, definitely.
Because I spoke to you guys off air, and we'll put it to the listeners how I thought the winners in that quarter were East Ringwood, mainly because Balwyn had the ball inside their forward 50 for most of that quarter, and they didn't score a goal.
And you speak about making hay, Brash, and that's, I mean, Brenton alluded to it. That's not what Balwyn did.
I've got a score in First Division, second semi. South Belgrave hold sway by 26 points early, 4-4-28. I reckon they've kicked with the wind in the first quarter. Park Orchard's 2 behinds.
So South Belgrave up there. Fascinating scores around the grounds, of course. But back to Holm Park Reserve, East Ringwood. They'll get the first clearance. No, smothered. He went back and got it. That was Hannah Mundy, I believe, kicking it out to the half-forward line for East Ringwood. It was a free kick, and now Pika has it. He looked for Bennell. No, Henry has worked his way forward, and Anderson couldn't do much in that contest. And it'll be the big ruckman, Jamie Henry, to have the first shot at goal of the second quarter, and maybe first blood of the game goals-wise.
That kick was perfect because he put it to the right side of his teammate, and the opposition player just couldn't get over to it.
Adam Pika was the player there. Just to repeat that for the listeners, definitely worth... calling out the half forwards who deliver it inside 50. The ruckman, Henry, just kicked the one goal for the year for East Ringwood. It's just going to hold up, is it? No, he's got it. And he gives it the double cobra because he knows that's a big one for the game. East Ringwood are pumped. And they get the start they wanted for the second quarter.
So are you, Jared, because we didn't have too much to get excited about in that first quarter. But great piece of play there from East Ringwood, and first on the board.
Score, guys, from the second semi at Walker Park. Surrey Park 3-3-21, leading Templestowe now 1-6-12.
1-6. We'll keep an eye on that one, of course. Spot on the grand final on the line.
Got to say, I was about to give it the double cobra.
Yeah, that's right. As East Ringwood look to go out through the middle again. Henry, the handball backwards. They go towards half forward, picked up cleanly there by Coughlin. And now they move this forward. Keedle from outside forward 50 sends a long kick towards the goal. How's the bounce? Just to the right, minor score. But East Ringwood have started this second quarter off with a bit of momentum. 1-3-9, leading ball with 2 behinds, coming up to the second minute mark of this second term.
So any chance that Balwyn wanted to respond quickly, taken away because the umpire brought it back. Lever, he goes the exact same kick, but Hannah Mundy was wise to it. Red was able to recover it, gets the handball away. Sharing it through hands are Balwyn. It's come to Wilson now. Delays the kick a little bit because he had so many roos down the line. They kind of tumble over each other. East Ringwood falls to ground and nothing doing there. It was Cal Norris just dropped that mark at the last instant, but they were onto it. Anderson gets the tap down. Schreiber tries to burst through the pack, tackled immediately. Well done, Bealo, holding the ball. East Ringwood look on point to start the second quarter. Bealo's going to play on, kick it to centre half, or the half forward line really. Bennell set himself, but taking front position was Riley Wetherall.
Well, clearly looking quite dangerous in this second quarter, Brash.
Yeah, well, what they've done is they've decided enough of this short game. We're going to go long and see if we can stretch the ball and forward back 50 here, Ray.
Yeah, you're dead right, Brash. It's a different East Ringwood so far in the few minutes we've been playing and what they played in the first quarter.
Last year was his first senior year, Riley Wetherall, and he's made such an impact. 37 goals for the year thus far, 38 on offer, second for the game. East Ringwood get an amazing start to the second quarter. Balwyn look a little bit shell-shocked.
Yeah, it's quite a strong start after obviously taking a bit of time to get into this one, but Brilliant finish from Riley Weatherall has been so important this year. I believe we've got Division 3 preliminary final score, Brush.
Yeah, 4 minutes into the second quarter. It's a point the difference. Scores be 4-2-26, leading Knox 4-1-25.
Brenton Sanderson told Blake Tennant that they want to slow the game down. Well, now is the time they definitely have to do that. They've just got to control the football for the next few minutes.
Well, if he wasn't happy at quarter time, I don't think he'd be too happy now because they're going to go forward again. East Ringwood, Connor Waitman from outside 50 puts it up to Weatherall. Again, as easy as you like.
You expect better from Lachlan Young in that situation.
And I'd say for Connor Waitman just to steamroll his way through the middle and set up a potential goal for Weatherall. He just kicked the last one. And he's a little bit closer this time. Similar angle. In fact, a better angle from here. He'd be kicking from 20, 25 metres out. He doesn't usually make these mistakes. Weatherall has 2, and the Roos have their third. 3-3-21. Balwyn 2 behinds. We've played 4.5 minutes into this second term.
They look a little shell-shocked here, Ray, with the ferocity that East Ringwood have come out in the opening 5 minutes.
What I was surprised in was that the openness down the corridor that Waitman had to move. There was no one there whatsoever to impede him.
Bealo's really started to take control in the midfield.
Yeah.
Some of his clearances and tackling around that midfield have been exceptional
He's
early on.
moved down into the forward 50 now.
He also said as well they're out of their cars. He reckons they're still sleeping in the cars. So
aggressive handball forward from Balwyn. They get this clearance, but Keedle was first to it in that occasion. Got the kick around the body. Kane Turner nearly took it. No, it's now in the hands of Waitman. Tackled to ground by Freeman.
Actually, that was a really good piece of play there by Keedle because he was out of position, but he still managed to take control of the contest and kick the ball into their forward 50.
Anderson got the tap down. East Ringwood tried to sweep it, but tackled immediately. Just looking after his opposition there was Noah Lever. Good to see. Anderson got the tap. Secondary tap from, that's Kane. Finds the boundary line. So just to recap, 3-3-21. East Ringwood have gotten 3 goals won this term to Balwyn, no score, and we've gone just 6 minutes here in the qualifying final at Holm Park Reserve. Thank you so much for joining us. Eastern 98.1, and Anderson got the punched back towards the boundary line. We'll have another throw in.
They'll need to shake themselves out of their lethargy very quickly here, Balwyn, because the game could get away with them in the next 10 minutes if East Ringwood start to build momentum.
The word blitzkrieg comes to mind at the start of this quarter.
Shock awe, mate.
Anderson got the tap down that time. Urban tried to extract it, held to him.
They're just not getting any clean ball, Ray Balwyn.
No.
Well, East Ringwood happy to put the pressure back on around these stoppages now. Henry, though, got the tap down. Waitman sort of slipped a kick out towards Donnelly. Bouncing ball towards centre half forward. Lumbering out to meet it was Fox. Taken to ground. Silvani tried to crash his way through traffic. The handball was overcooked. Josh Waitman gets it. Run down was the East Ringwood player. Good job by Slimming. Josh Waitman got back up. And now they've given it back over. That's Slimming there, actually.
The umpire was going to pay a free kick then, and he did. He let it go. I thought the East Ringwood player was going to get penalised there, and he didn't pull. The umpire didn't pull the trigger.
That was interesting, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Oakes nearly controlled it, nearly got the run along, but the boundary line made sure he ran out of space. Back into play it will be. Henry and Anderson resume hostilities. Anderson gets the tap down, scooped up by Urban, gets it to Turner, former North Melbourne man, spiralling ball into the pocket. What options are down there for Balwyn? Haley had to take it at ground level. Tweedy got the tap along, and the boundary line was the safety for East Ringwood. They looked for deliberate there, did Balwyn, but I think from a pressurised contest like that, it was never going to come their way.
That was never going to happen, Jared.
No. So ball in. Looks like it's Durden this time to take the ruck contest for Balwyn. Tried to burst his way through. Haley, snap around the body from the pocket. This could be the first for Balwyn, but it was out on the full. So there's those opportunities that they're going to need to take if they're to take back the lead.
Every single shot that Balwyn have taken has been under pressure.
Yeah.
Every shot.
So out of defence there, Tweedy, a long kick towards the far side. It's intercepted. Urban now sending it back into attack. East Ringwood have plenty of numbers down there, so they were to pick this one off. Jackson Wetherill takes the mark, plays on. The kick was smothered. Comes back out to Oakes. Oakes to the first one for the Tigers. Has missed. So then Balwyn now moved to 3 behinds. East Ringwood 3-3-21. Coming up to 9th minute mark of this second term.
In the overall scheme of things, Oakes should have kicked the goal there, Ray.
He should have. He had plenty of time. Ray just rushed it a bit fresh.
Maybe inferred pressure in that instance, as Jackson Wetherill takes the mark.
One thing Balwyn have done right now is just stop that flow that East Ringwood started the quarter with.
Down the line it goes, onto the wing. Anderson, good presence, takes the safe grab, chiseling ball to centre half forward. Mark taken, and it's Isaiah Markovsky who will line up. And now this is Balwyn's first true shot at goal in earnest.
Well, it's a better last few minutes here for the Tigers, but it all means to nothing if they can't put anything through the big sticks.
And it's going to take a fair kick here.
In he comes, deliberate run in from the arc. No, that's not going to get anywhere close. Bounces back in. No.
You can certainly see how much that ball
held
up in the wind there.
So this is the conundrum, I suppose, for Balwyn. If they get it too deep, they're under pressure. If they get the shallow, easier entry, the wind will affect it. Lamott was wrapped up.
It almost feels like if you're going to attack that end of the ground, you've got to play this side of the grandstand side of the ground.
Mundy v Tillig in the ruck this time. East Ringwood attempting to get the clearance. Not kind of work out just yet. Kane spun round, got the kick away. Now back to Schreiber. What options do they have at the top of the goal square? Lamott charges out. Couldn't take the mark. And the free kick has been paid.
To
East Ringwood will take it away again.
So deep in defence here, Jackson Wetherill looks to play on and use a bit of space before he sends a long kick out towards centre wing on that far side and smashed across the line there from Sam Durden. 11 minutes gone, second term. It's East Ringwood 3-3-21 to Balwyn 3 behinds. They've kicked all 3 of their goals in this second term if you've just joined us.
So if Durden was at that contest, he's playing a centre-half forward type role, trying to put himself behind the ball a little bit.
He's in the ruck here against Mundy. Got the tap down to Urban. Schreiber, who's been lively for the Tigers. They contest here at centre-half forward. Wrapped up in the tackle was Gent. About 55 out from the Tigers' goals. Need one soon, of course, kicking into the win this quarter. Durden and Mundy. Mundy this time wins the tap out. Wetherill, Waitman, Urban wrapped up. We'll do another ball up.
I think Ben Osborne be very happy with the tackling pressure so far of East Ringwood this afternoon.
It certainly has lifted in this quarter as well. Going through first was Turner, wrapped up by Touroos. Of course, still goalless here, the Tigers. Mundy fresh-aired it. And it's been held up here for the Roos.
Tell what, the weather gods are smiling upon us at the moment.
Well, we've had a bit of everything today. We've had some rain. There's Waitman here looking to clear this out for the Roos. Bouncing ball, one-on-one, picked up cleanly there by Young. Has a bit of time. Handball off the top, didn't panic, got it off to Slimming, who sends this towards the half-forward line. That's a great mark. Coming back with the fly of the ball. And Tillig. The Tigers now through Tillig. Ball kicking towards the pocket. And Haley had to chase down Delaney as that ball crosses the line once again.
Can't expect the ball when forward line, those 3 in the full forward position to kick a score when you're getting delivery like that.
No, not at all. Tillig in the ruck, maybe to make amends. Good secondary tap now for Balwyn. It's come to Lamott, top of the goal square, bouncing ball right in front of Oakes. Scooped up by Donnelly. Now Tweedy. He's got a bit of pressure here to try and deal with, as Oakes was happy to see it over the line. 3-3-21.
You know, if Balwyn could score a goal in this quarter and hold, and then no more scores for the quarter, they're back in the game. They'll only be 2 goals down.
Tillich in the ruck again. Hannon Mundy takes front position.
Last thing when they want to do is go into half-time without a goal on the board, though.
Yeah, and you don't want to see them have that right down there and then come down the other end and East Ringwood kick a goal.
Yeah. Well, Bearlow seems intent on having exactly that just happen. Pika was the target, outpositioned though by Lever. This is Toby Lever.
I think he's got Warwick Kappa shorts on there that tight. Back to the 70s, mate.
So up we go into the forward line for Balwyn, but picking that off very easily, the East Ringwood defence. Kicking it to a 3-on-1 situation. Curious decision and no communication there. Lockie Young decides to take it on himself, kept the ball low. What a chiselling kick, and the mark's been taken by Alexander Urban.
You called it, Jared, and what a great vision too. Great vision to spot him up there.
Score from First Division, second semi-final, South Belgrave, 12 minutes into the second quarter, 5-5-35, leading Park Orchards, 4 behind.
Well, Urban passed it off. Oh, geez, that would have been...
Here we go.
That would have been dreadful. Now, East Ringwood take it forward. Toby Lever tries to put himself in the way. Silvani wheeling, dealing through traffic. He did that really well. Got it to... That was Lever as well. Young... Evasive, Urban, sees a man in the pocket, it's Smith, he's going to have to work for it and he does just that.
Yeah, they did that well out of defence. They did it well. They took the opposition on and it came off.
Apologies, that is Markovski, not Smith. A few long sleevers out there for Balwyn.
I think Pika was a little unlucky. I thought the umpire, he put on a pretty good tackle there. I thought the umpire was going to pay holding the ball, but he obviously thought he got rid of it in time.
Had an opportunity earlier. This one a lot easier. Slams it straight through the middle. Finally, ball won't get there first on the board. 15.5 minutes into the second quarter. They move to 139. East Ringwood at 3-3-21. And the play up Balwyn's end bears a little bit of fruit now for Brenton Sanderson and co.
Well, they're back in the game now. They're only 2 goals down. Yeah, that's not a huge margin in today's style of football.
Not in this type of game,
and
it
particularly the way that East Ringwood started the quarter off. They've done really well to stem the flow and score a goal themselves.
Well, they have, because that first 5 to 6 minutes there from East Ringwood in the second term was probably the most a side has really opened this game up in the first half. As they go through again, Balwyn. This time it's through Reed, and a great mark at centre-half forward here for the Tigers. And that man again is that Markovski in the long sleeves, who looks like for a second he's ready to play it on or pass it off. He's not confident about taking the set shot from outside 50. Loads up towards the top of the square. Durden is in position. And we'll get a ball up right in front of the Tiger goals.
Just on the stroke of time on in the second division, it's Templestone now hit the front 4-6-30, Surrey Park 4-4-28.
James Bearlow got the handball off to Waitman, who looked to try and clear it out. Markovski in the way, and he wraps up Bennell. In fact, that's Keedle. Plenty of players today in the long sleeves on both sides. Very chilly down there at ground level. That ball going nowhere once again. 17 minutes gone in this second term. 3-3-21 East Ringwood, 1-3-9 Balwyn. This qualifying final, the winner to play Blackburn next week. The loser to play the winner of the elimination final in South Croydon and Roval, which is tomorrow at Jubilee Park.
18 minutes into the second quarter, and the third division preliminary final sees Knox 7-1-43, leading Scoresby 6-2-38.
Ooh, high scoring stuff there. Good looking game, no doubt. Down the line, it went for East Ringwood. Reeled it in, did Young with that one hand. Spearing ball to centre half forward. Opportunity now for Balwyn. Bounces out of the hands of Tillich, chopping of the arms. Balwyn will take the advantage. Markovski again, open goal. Looping handball over the top, and Oakes with the coup de grace.
Well, they got him off the transition. That was fantastic in that they had players out everywhere. Bowen Smith was smart to obviously find Markovski, and then had Oakes all by himself.
Actually, it's a game of 2 halves in 1 quarter.
Yeah.
East Ringwood controlled the opening 10 minutes. Balwyn have hit back in the last 8 minutes
but
so
to
far.
me, the player for Balwyn who's lifted in this quarter is Caden Schreiber.
Yeah.
He has been in everything this quarter. He's the motor there. Look, he's in the middle again there now. He's just been outstanding this quarter.
Well, they got the last centre clearance. Can they do it again and level things up before the half-time siren? There's been a free kick awarded, and it is going the way of Balwyn. Here they go again, slimming inside 50. Almost perfect delivery out the back. The whistle has been sounded, and this will come back.
Off
and
the ball.
It is going the way of East Ringwood.
Yep.
As Damon Delaney for the Roos has a short option in Wetherill. Jackson Wetherill here for the Roos, just settling things down. Got James Below in the middle of the ground. The skipper takes the mark, and now he's off. Off the right boot towards centre half forward. Getting in front position, couldn't quite bring it down. Stolen away here by the Tigers. Not clean with the footy. Here's Rid. Stolen by Below. Takes on his opponent. And now, did they try and sell the candy too much? And that time, McGowan wrapped up, and Balwyn will go forward once more towards the half-forward line. Ball hits the deck, picked up by Keedle. Goes back to Delaney. Delaney looking for Waitman, but it bounces out in front of the final series Premier Division banner. Looking great.
Did you put that one up, Ryan?
I didn't, actually.
I think, Ray, when you said it's going to come down to which side, gets a 10-minute break and makes and sets up the win, I think that's how this game is going to play out. I reckon both sides have got a lot of 10 minutes left, but it's the one that's going to sustain it, I think.
East Ringwood looked good there, looking for the clearance, had a chain of handballs through the two Waitmans and Below, but it's been cut off now by Josh Wise. Gets it down the line. It just wasn't a great kick, though.
Brash, it's going to be the side that gets better value out of the momentum when they got it. That's
I
what's going to do it.
I almost feel like watching the way the game's panning out is both sides are at times really reluctant to take on the centre corridor.
Yeah.
Back we go. Anderson punches it down. Keedle scoops it up. Kick was stifled. To ground goes Urban. Fighting for it was that was Rid. Now whistle's gone. Advantage not paid.
It was in kicking in danger.
That kicking
it was just a late call.
It took him a long time to call it.
Yeah.
I know.
Red hands it off. Young, all the experience of playing at the top grade, and he finds Obi Chambers. Haven't called his name all that much, the small forward. He's going to open up the angle just to kick it to the hot spot, but very easily picked off by East Ringwood, and the mark's been taken.
That's a wasted entry then.
Yeah, indeed. So that's Stuart Donnelly into the pocket. Jackson Wetherill kicks it down the line, but just...
That was a horrific kick
that was
there,
an
Jared.
awful kick. Chambers will get another chance here as we've ticked into time on. 21 and a half minutes in this second quarter. East Ringwood lead by 7 points, but Balwyn have just pushed their way back into the game and given a bit of challenge, and this could be another one. Oh, just kicked it across the face of goal, and Markovsky again.
That was a pass. That was a perfect pass.
That was brilliant.
Yep.
And poor marking by East Ringwood there. Too many players, they pushed too far forward into...
Markovsky kicks the goal. He gets his second. And there were two players for Balwyn that he could have kicked it to on their own.
Yep.
And Balwyn have fought their way right back into this game, and it's 3-3, 21 apiece. Scores level once again, and half-time would be about 5 or 6 minutes away by this point, I think.
Rash, can you ever remember a final in any division going in with equal scores at quarter and half-time?
No.
No. I don't think I'll ever remember that.
You and I have been watching the game for 30 years, Ray. I don't think I've seen it.
No,
I haven't. Just a quick one as well. I've got the luxury of being behind the timekeepers here, boys, but there's about 3:45 to go in this third quarter. So you're close, Joe.
A little bit off, though, yeah.
There you go.
Thank you for that, Blake.
They might still kick a goal each or a point each.
Yeah, good.
If they can find the ball.
Just waiting for the ball.
So 3:45 takes that to about 27.
Yeah.
26, 27.
3-3, 21 apiece. We're still all square here, but great fight back here from Balwyn after East Ringwood kicked 3 goals in the first 6 minutes of this second term.
Very mature showing.
Yeah, they've just been able to settle into this game. Now getting a lot of run through the middle. Here's Waitman off to Keedle. Both have been impressive for the Roos as they go inside 50 in the Fox direction. And it bounces across the line, so we'll get a boundary throw in front of the playground down here at Holm Park Reserve.
Yeah, well, both the full forwards, it hasn't been their day so far.
No,
Fox and Durden, they can't get into the contest at the moment.
probably not going to be their day, but we thought it might be a little worse condition-wise, but rain been able to hold up for most of the day. Here's Below, who got the handball off for the fourth here for East Ringwood, finishing it nicely there, Jason Coughlin. And they did need that one because the Tigers had been on a bit of a roll, and it was the skipper who got it off to Coughlin, who was able to get a pretty impressive goal there for the Roos. They moved to 4-3-27, Jared, to 3-3-21 Balwyn, 24 minutes gone second term.
Yeah, well, Coughlin, Jared, he's spent the majority of the year in the reserves development squad, but he's been in their best for much of the year, and I think he's probably earned his spot in this lineup this afternoon.
And a goal in a low-scoring final is definitely reward for the patience put into him by the coaching staff. Waitman got the kick clearance now to Connor Waitman, but he was tackled. Rid now breaks the lines, takes a bounce. Ambitious stuff here by Balwyn. In the late stages of the second quarter, Markovsky had to wait for it, sold the candy, top of the goal square, has an option. Oh, brilliant stuff coming across. That was Nolan. Tweedy has to control it or just rush it through. Oh, was that off the ground? Tillig, are you kidding me?
Yes.
Bit of brilliance by Jack Tillig, and he gets Balwyn's fourth on the board. Tweedy doesn't know what hit him.
Oh, well, just didn't control the footy there under a lot of pressure in the goal square. That's a big mistake.
And guess what? We're even again, lads.
That's right. Gee, how quick did that ball move from the half-back line right up to the other end there?
Markovsky's causing a few issues for East Ringwood on that half-forward line.
And Jamie Red off the half-back line.
Yeah, both have been super impressive in this quarter. We're all square again, 4-3-27. 25 and a half minutes gone in this second term. We're approaching the half-time siren. We're back in the middle again. Henry won the tap out, Rid at half-back. Socket off the ground. The Tigers pick it up through Anderson. Under a bit of pressure here. Wrapped up on the half-forward line, Keedle. And the umpire says, give it to me, and Dan Beard will ball it up on the 50-metre line. Bowen Smith. Clearance forward to the Tigers. Big ball to be won here over the top. Markovsky's by himself. Goes the one-on-one here. Markovsky's the runner. Tap forward. Just couldn't quite control it. Doing well. There was Nolan under a lot of pressure here for the Roos. They're trying to clear this one out. Picker gets some space. And juggling mark. Centre wing. Broadcast side for the Roos. Just happy to slow things down a little bit before going forward. Weatherall in amongst this one. Sport from behind. Schreiber ends up with a footy as he's wrapped up. So we've played 26 and a half minutes gone. 8 goals in this quarter after a goalless first term, so things have certainly come to life. There's Waitman, gets away, bouncing kick, worked out okay because Mundy was able to pick it up, and bouncing ball towards Weatherall. As the Waitman of Connor varieties, he is taken to the ground by Lever.
So Noah Lever is going to find the outside kick. Schreiber to, oh no, it was Lever, but he didn't take the mark. It was Nolan over the top. Now Keedle goes forward for East Ringwood. Bennell marks it in the pocket.
Well, costly turnover.
Yeah. That was brutal. And East Ringwood, brilliant reaction to that as well. They've got to be commended for the fact that they were sort of ready for that.
But this is not going to be an easy shot either.
No.
But I think Bennell, I think he might go with a left footer here.
But if ever you wanted anyone to be kicking it, it's
yeah, well,
Bennell.
he has this freakish ability.
He's got to be aware that the siren could go, so he probably shouldn't step. Oh, I don't know. It's dangerous for him to step off his line. Maybe it's worth it to take the risk to ensure the goal. He's going to go the right boot, check side. Kicked it across the face of goal, and East Ringwood claw that 1 point margin in the shadows of half time at 4-4-28 to 4-3-27. 28 minutes gone now in the second quarter of the qualifying final in Premier Division.
So we'll see if there's any late last score as Balwyn escape. Oh, big mark almost. Keedle flew for that one. Tigers at ground level. But it's all held up here. So 28 and a half minutes gone just about in this second term. East Ringwood 4-4-28 to 4-3-27. Qualifying final, Holm Park Reserve. Anderson's kick was smothered, and there is your siren. And after a very, very slow first quarter where neither side was able to hit the scoreboard, a much more entertaining second term, saw 8 goals kicked, and the Roos will take a 1-point lead into half-time. So we don't know too much more than what we did at the start of this game. The goal kickers so far for East Ringwood, Riley Weatherall has 2, Jamie Henry has 1, Jason Coughlin 1, and for Balwyn, Markowski has 2 of their 4, Oakes and Tillich also with a goal each. We're going to take a quick break here and then bring in the half-time crew in this qualifying final. East Ringwood taking on Balwyn.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Half time here at Holm Park in the big division, in the big Premier Division qualifying final clash sees East Ringwood with the slenderest of margins in front, 4-4-28, leading Balwyn 4-3-27. Goal kickers for East Ringwood, 2 to Weatherall, 1 to Jamie Henry, and 1 to Coughlin, whilst for Balwyn, 2 to Markowski, 1 to Oakes, and 1 to Tillich. Joining me on half-time, Blake Tennant and Ryan Long. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the first half? Blake, I'll start with you.
Yeah, well, first half, as you said, Brush, it was a bit of a soccer game, I thought. Good find there. But the second quarter, the game really opened up. You know, we saw East Ringwood, they kicked the first, I believe the first 2 goals of that quarter, and then we just saw what we've known from Balwyn. The Balwyn of old really came out to play, just using the corridor really well. And the player that, you know, I think's been really lively was Isaiah Markowski.
Yep.
He was really solid in that second quarter, kicking that 2 goals as well. But as you guys have been saying, I think another player as well is Caden Schreiber. He's having a really good performance for the Tigers, in and under in the midfield, and really getting it done for the other midfielders as well.
Ryan, we're none the wiser at half time here about who's going to win this contest this afternoon. The first quarter was a bit of a 0-0 draw. The second opening probably 10 minutes belonged to East Ringwood. The back 10 belonged to Balwyn. Is it going to come down to which side can gain the advantage in this third quarter, as we term it, the premiership quarter?
Yeah, I think so, and I think I was actually really impressed, and I walked away at half-time probably thinking that Balwyn were, are probably going in with a bit of confidence after that last patch of that second quarter, because they certainly didn't play well in the first quarter, as Sando was pretty well aware. You were down at ground level, Blake, and heard that bit of a spray, or
I've never heard anything like that.
He's usually pretty calm. So
yeah, but just the words he said was they're still in their cars, he reckons. But I think that message got them out of the cars and actually hopped up like they were driving to Beaconsfield.
Well, it took them probably 35 minutes to really get going in that game.
Probably how long it took them to get here.
Yeah, it actually would be. But Markovsky, I think you well said. I think he really started to get him going. Reed's been good off the half-back line, and for East Ringwood, Keedle going through the midfield, Below, Waitman, the usual guys that stand up for them. A lot of goals are coming from those centre clearances, so they're going to be key in the second half. That obviously dominated by East Ringwood in the first 5 to 6 minutes, and then Balwyn were able to even that up and start scoring from those centre clearances as well. So fascinating watch, but I think that's what you want, Brash. You want to be sitting here at half-time going, this can still go either way.
I've just got a question. Which side would you want to be in at half-time, Brash?
Well, that's a very interesting question, Blake, because I think both sides I reckon they've shown their cards pretty early, and I think it's going to come down to who delivers the ball into their forward 50 a lot cleaner. Yep. I think East Ringwood look a bit more dangerous when they kick the ball into their forward 50. Fox and Weatherall look like that they could take the game away, whereas the two key forwards of Balwyn, Lamott and Durden, haven't really got into the contest.
If you had to ask me that question, I'm going Balwyn. I really liked what I saw that quarter. They used the corridor, used the space in the centre of the midfield really well there, and all the contributors are really playing some good footy at the moment.
Well, I've got some half-time scores here from other games this afternoon, and in Division 3, preliminary final at Jubilee Park this afternoon, Scoresby have opened up a 15-point lead at half-time. They are 9-4-58, leading Knox 7-1-43. So a big quarter there by Scoresby.
Yeah. And we go back to that, obviously, the qualifying final. It was a big second-half performance that Knox opened up that game. So it'll be fascinating to see. They've got some injuries, so let's see if they can stick with them.
None closer than what we've got in the Division 2 second semi-final, because it's all square at half-time between Templestowe and Surrey Park. It's 5 goals, 6 apiece. So this would be this one could be a real titanic struggle now. It could be the survival of the fittest, Blake.
Yeah, I reckon. And how good would this story be if Surrey Park had progressed through to a third straight grand final? It's just unheard of with what we've known from Surrey Park. Obviously, they've won back-to-back, so...
Yeah. I think the interesting thing is, Ryan, that I think when you said on the preview yesterday, there is no such roughie, but what could be the talking points out of all that? I think... I actually think Surrey Park could be the.
If they win today, that's the biggest story of the weekend.
And let's go to Division 1. South Belgrave holds sway at half time. Park Orchards got back into the contest, but South Belgrave 5-6-36 leading Park Orchards 3-5.
Do you reckon there's a bit of a win down there at East
Build?
Yeah,
I think it's favouring the bottom end of the ground,
so
it always.
The right end of East Build or the left?
The right, if you're where we usually are positioned there.
Very hard to kick goals when the wind's blowing downwind at East Burwood. You've basically got to carry the ball or kick the ball to position and, within 20, 30 metres to give yourself a genuine shot at goal. But look, all the finals are close, and this is exactly what we want in the Eastern Football Netball League, right?
So I'm going to ask both of you a question here.
Yep.
Who wins and why?
Here,
yeah.
I went with East Ringwood, and I'm I'd still sticking with them. I just think that if their two forwards look a bit more dangerous and could take the game away from Balwyn in the second half. But that being said, Balwyn's small forwards are causing a few headaches for the East Ringwood back six, Ryan.
Yeah, well, I tipped, same reasoning, just vice versa. I tipped Balwyn at the start of the day, and I really don't think there's much in it at the moment, so I won't go away from a tip. I'll stick with the Tigers, but I think it could. At the moment, it's a flip of the coin. But big third quarter, by three-quarter time, if one side can get a bit of an edge going into that final turn, particularly if it's the Roos, that will make a massive difference.
I think as well, and he's held goalless at the moment, but we need big Charlie. You know, we haven't seen. I feel like we haven't seen enough of him today, and he needs to fire, because when he fires going Balwyn, they win the majority of their games when he's up and running.
Maybe Brenton might give him 15 minutes in this third quarter in the midfield.
He was in the midfield a bit.
Yeah,
but,
he had a little bit of argy-bargy with someone earlier,
Yeah.
so it's probably it's probably one of those things where he's just being held. You know, he can't get to that contest that you expect to get him to get to.
All right, gentlemen, it's the halftime show done and dusted here, and when we come back, the call team will reassemble to call the big second half here between East Ringwood and Balwyn, coming to you on Radio Eastern 98.1 and live all around the world, streaming on Facebook and YouTube.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Holm Park Reserve in Beaconsfield. It's finals time in Premier Division, of course. Thank you very much for the gentlemen on the half-time show. Very good job there. As Balwyn are running back out onto the ground. East Ringwood already there. Currently, it's East Ringwood 4-4-28. Balwyn 4-3-27. Intriguing clash. Basically, all the scores kicked in that second quarter, of course. And, well, we have we've got such an interesting second quarter ahead of us. This, of course, to book their place into the semi-final or the preliminary final to take on Blackburn, and the loser will take on the winner of the South Croydon and Rowville game. Gentlemen, welcome back. And
Thank you, Jared.
yeah, we'll see how this one pans out.
Yeah, fascinating. I like that we pretty much have no idea who's going to win this game.
Yeah.
With the way that first half went, both sides, when they got going, looked good. And that last 10 minutes there for Balwyn actually really impressed me, because I was getting a little bit worried that East Ringwood were walking it out of the centre a couple of times through the guys likes of Waitman and Keedle, and they really matched up in that area, Ray, and got some centre clearance dominance in the later half of that quarter.
But if you analyse that second quarter, to me, whoever got the centre clearance with the knockout usually got the goal or got it down into their forward 50 quicker. So as I said before the start of the game, Wayne Brash, I just thought that the centre stoppages are very important, and as you said, we still don't know which way it's going to go.
And I guess if you're looking for a side that for a little bit more upsize, I actually think Balwyn, there's still a bit more upsize in them. I don't think they've utilised their forward 50 setup as well as probably what East Ringwood has. I mean, Durden and Lamotte haven't got into the contest yet. They could still have an influence, but it's just going to be the way that the midfield of ball, and can they direct the ball to them in positions where they can hit the scoreboard.
Yeah.
So players resume their positions. The ball just about to be held aloft by the umpire, and we will be underway in this third quarter. It's Henry and Anderson to resume hostilities. Anderson gets the first tap down, diving onto it, East Ringwood, but it's going to be Balwyn to take it forward. Well read by McGowan to take the intercept mark. And East Ringwood will load up off the half back line, gets it out to Nolan, and even wider still in the hands of Norris. Low chiseling ball. East Ringwood playing a bit of checkers now to try and bring this forward. This is Connor Waitman. Now, where to from here? Adam Peaker with ball in hand. Just going to send it to the contest. The tall timber will rule this one, and it's actually Noah Lever with a good leap. So Balwyn chips it across the half back line to Oakes.
Yeah, he's got to switch it quickly.
Silvani. Wilson is the option out there. Just delayed a little bit, did Silvani. So Wilson had to work a little bit further up the ground. East Ringwood now setting up that defensive wall. Rid, the next option.
I thought Rid was very good in the second quarter for Balwyn.
I have to agree, Ray. And he's going to pull the trigger this time down the line. Smith could be the target here. Henry to challenge, but actually it was Harry Nolan to take the intercept mark once more.
Done some important things, Nolan, in the first half.
Delaney on the wing, but the kick wasn't great. It came to Tillich. He read it very well, overcooked it to Chambers. Nolan once again, the safe option. Brilliant shepherd applied by Dylan Bealo. Mark taken by the former Warrandyte man, Geimer. Wayman had to take it on the bounce, and he was buried in the tackle by Lockie Young.
Gee, that was ferocious, wasn't it? That was ferocious. Nothing. It was legal, but it was ferocious.
Connor Waitman will be feeling that one for certain. So Henry tried to wrestle it out of the ruck contest. He was going nowhere, locked up by Anderson.
It was like trying to lasso a giraffe then, wasn't it?
It was.
Tapping it down was Anderson. Smith roved it. Wilson couldn't handle it, had the time to feed it back out now to Rid. He was tackled, wrapped up by James Bealo.
Just a little bit too much overplay between themselves then, Balwyn.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Can't afford to get too cute now.
No. Henry got it to Waitman. Smith wrapped him up. Great tackler is Bowen Smith. The underrated part of his game, I would have to say. Anderson, Henry, Schreiber takes it over the boundary line.
So first few minutes into this one, no score just yet in this third term. Still East Ringwood leading 4-4-28 to 4-3-27. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. We're on our Facebook and YouTube streams as ball back into play here in front position. Anderson got the tap down. James Beelo run down. Got away in time. So we're getting another ball up, centre wing. Similar to what we saw at the start of that first term. We'll see who will strike first in this second half. Bilo goes backwards to Waitman. Waitman's handball is just in hope, cut off by Schreiber. Got time to go off to Wilson. And they've been able to get this through again. Schreiber, this time wrapped up by Bilo. Brought to the ground, and you certainly can see the pressure from both sides. James Bilo's had quite a few big
Schreiber
tackles.
wasn't expecting that to come back to him then. He had his back to him.
Tapped down by Anderson. Connor Waitman this time was able to juggle it. Got it off to Keedle. Both been important today. Down the line they go. Josh Waitman involved. Seymour chasing this one. As that ball trapped just inside the boundary line out here at Holm Park Reserve. 4 minutes into this third quarter. So we said no goals kicked in the first quarter, and then we had a total of 8 in the second. Henry. Drilled kick forward. Picked off by Urban. Reed as well. A high kick. Who's going to be able to get onto this one? Tillich at the back. Made a contest out of it. Lever got off to Bowen Smith. It's a advantage play on here for the Tigers. It's a one-on-one. Durden out the back against Tweedy. Who's going to run into this first? Durden can soccer off the ground or pick it up. Can't quite. He's got 2 roos to compete with. And across the line it goes. And
he should have tried the soccer kick there, Durden.
It was the best option.
Look, it's easy for us. I almost thought he might have pulled up a little bit and then Haley go for the football.
Yeah. Well, Haley was coming in with a bit of pace, but still a chance here for the Tigers.
We got eyes in the back of our head. They haven't.
Yeah, exactly.
So forward pocket. Tapped down by Durden. Haley's lurking around this, and we'll do it all again because it's gone over the line, so we'll get another boundary throw in.
Balwyn with an opportunity to put the first on the board. But the clearance is where it's going to be won. It's Durden versus Mundy in the ruck contest. Good battle there. Durden really got the tap. Smith feeds it out. Urban with the opportunity. Run down by Nolan. The kick was wayward in that instance, and Delaney took the mark.
Goal-saving tackle there by Nolan.
Yeah, it was important, wasn't it? Now Tweedy, who I thought it was a really good effort against Durden before, forced him to make the decision between picking it up and kicking it off the ground. Now it's going to ricochet back inside 50 for Balwyn. Tillich roves it at ground level. Oh, well, Markovsky is not going to go anywhere with that because the umpire picked up on what Brash was putting down, and Donnelly will take the free kick. We've gone 6 minutes in the third quarter, no score thus far. To the outer side go East Ringwood, juggling, taking, I thought took a good mark. Silvani, no, over the line it went.
I think a lot of the players are trying to preempt the free kick that the umpire are playing at the moment. You've got to play the ball on its merits and let the umpires make the decisions when they have to.
Agreed. Anderson and Mundy. Mundy took front position, got it down to Waitman, shares it out to Josh Waitman now. Just a tumbling ball forward. East Ringwood could make the most of it. Weatherall couldn't go anywhere. Smith tried to rip it away from him. Waitman says, no, I'll have that back, thank you. And the umpire will take it.
You want to talk about a player who's played their role so far, you'd have to say Tristan Tweedy's done a fantastic job on Durden this afternoon.
Bouncing ball out of the clearance. Wise tried to fight his way through. Going nowhere.
Isn't it amazing though? You've got two of probably the highly skilled sides, and it's amazing what pressure does to your disposal.
Mundy bouncing ball forwards. Lever taps it down, weaving his way around was Rid. Did very well to get it back to Mundy. Lever again. Kicked it to the centre of the ground. Turner out of his hands. Ball hits the deck. Tackle by Turner. Ferocious stuff there, and it's that pressure that I suppose both teams are wary of the skill of the other team, and try and put as much pressure on it as possible. Urban to the outer side, Schreiber gets it to Smith, and now kicking it forward. No, just trying to force the territory there with Balwyn, but East Ringwood put themselves in the way, disrupted all of that. Josh Waitman steps around his man on the mark, takes a bounce, kicks it to Fox. He was outplayed completely by Silvani. Lever hands it back into the pocket. Still pressure on this one for Young. Henry couldn't get to him. Kick down the line. It might come right back. Oh, over the top. No mark taken by Balwyn. Now, McGowan out to Delaney. Chiseling ball along the boundary line. And to settle this one down, East Ringwood, he's taken the mark. I believe this might be Coghlan. Chipping option. East Ringwood again to try and enter their forward 50. Oh, smothered by the man on the mark. Balwyn, Chambers. Handball, tackle affected. Haley was there. Chambers again. Absolute scrap. Now kick out of the scrimmage. Came from East Ringwood into the pocket. Bouncing ball idly over into the car park.
So now back inside. Forward 50 here for the Roos. No score in this first 9 minutes of this third term.
It's a bit like the first one, but with a bit more free-flowing.
Correct, it has been
action.
a little bit more, but certainly a bit of deja vu as the ball brought back into play. Anderson versus Mundy. Anderson just fisted across the line again, and we'll get another boundary throw in.
On that too, Ryan, if this is a draw at the end, we go over another 5 and 5.
Yes, correct. There will be a winner today. There's extra time up for grabs.
I've already let Murray know.
Yes, we could of course be going past the 5:15.
Well, but the thing is, the quarter's been so short. I don't think we will. So
that's right.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be an issue.
Boys, sorry to interrupt. Just watch out on Sam Dern, and he's just come off on the ground. He is, getting a little bit of attention from the trainers. So watch out from here.
Thanks, Blake. We'll keep an eye on that one. We'll certainly need him out there as this game continues, and it's a bit of an arm wrestle as Urban getting through traffic. So is Schreiber,
Free
who's
kick,
been pinged for something here. So it's coming back.
I think it's Benell, is it?
Whilst we've got a quiet moment, 14 minutes into the third quarter at the second division, second semi, Templestowe hit the lead 6-7-43. Surrey Park 5-6-36.
And that is right, Ray. It's Jamie Benell with the footy at the moment. Wind died down a little bit, so he's a fair way out, but potentially a chance from here. He'll be kicking from just inside the forward 50 at Holm Park Reserve. Jamie Benell looking for his first of the afternoon. That's a beautiful kick of the football just to the left. So it's East Ringwood's first score of the quarter. That moves them to 4-5-29. Balwyn 4-3-27. We've played 10.5 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in this third quarter.
Wind's picking back up again a little bit, and the clouds are rolling in as well, so I do wonder if we'll get another shower and if that will affect the game. It's going to come right back into East Ringwood's forward line. Below, just a ill-directed kick at the end. Benell having to fight for it, and the tackles come from Lamont and Haley.
13 minutes into the third quarter in the preliminary final third division sees Scoresby 11-5-71, leading Knox 8-1-49.
Benell out of the stoppage, got the kick away, wasn't clear though. And another ball up will come.
Donvale waiting for the winner of that game.
Yeah.
Here we go again. Tap behind Anderson. Benell read it well. Wrapped up immediately. Brought to ground after the whistle was blown by Turner. And
free kick. He ran him down. He
ran
him down.
It was holding
tackle.
the ball. Yeah,
definitely holding the ball.
But not too kind in the tackle there was Turner to Benell. Benell looked a little bit hurt. Turner turned it over immediately, straight to Nolan, who has done very well. He had longer hair in the footage that I was watching of the Rowville game, so he's completely confused me with the short hair. Turned over again, and there's the intercepting by Lockie Young. He's done that very well. So a bit of kick to kick at the moment. We'll see if Tweedy can turn it over again. No, it's Nolan once more.
I think Brenton Sanderson would not be happy to weigh the ball when they're bringing that ball out of the defensive.
Not in the slightest. And Mundy was met heavily by Lockie Young, but still took a very strong grab. And this is an opportunity now for Mundy. It's going to test him, I would say. He's probably going to set it up to the top of the goal square. That's what he does. And Benell to come from the back. Silvani's there. Fox gets the handball. Freeman's going to run it over the boundary line, and the safety for Balwyn. 12.5 minutes gone in this third quarter, 29
I reckon
to 27.
Silvani's done the job on Fox today. He has.
13 minutes into the third quarter in the First Division second semi-final. It's tightened right up here. South Belgrave 6-6-42. Park Orchards 5-7-37.
So still alive here for the Roos on the boundary side. That's too much to the left, so just a minor score there for the Roos. That moves them to 4-6-30 to Balwyn 4-3-27.
Just 2 points kicked for the quarter.
Yep, in the first 13 minutes of this third term. Very similar to that first quarter. Long kick out of defence. And that's better from Balwyn. The mark taken by Nathan Oakes.
You'd hope the goal umpires were getting paid by the hour, not by the
Yes,
wage.
as Wilson looking to get to Bowen Smith. Didn't quite take the mark, but still controlled the footy and now is off straight away using the corridor. Great kick. He finds Connor Gent, who plays on immediately and puts it towards the top of the square. Tilling in front position. Tapped it down. All the Roos have got the numbers here. Big tackle from behind.
That is
And Jack Tillig.
That is a match-winning tackle.
Yeah.
That can change the whole context of the game.
Well, he did well just to compete in that contest and then never gave up.
That's right.
And it looked like that Norris might be out, but
And he
the
came
run
in
down
for,
tackle, fantastic.
And he came in for special mention by Brenton Sanderson Tillig at in our pre-match this afternoon.
Yes, he did.
Described as a wild card.
I mean, that tackle deserves a goal.
How about the piece of play by Bowen Smith there? Rode the bump and
Yeah.
then hit the pass. Beautiful play.
Yeah, a couple of big moments there for the Balwyn Footy Club as Jack Tillig now in range. They trail by 3 points. They haven't scored in this third quarter just yet. Can they retake the lead? Tillig comes in and has put it through. Tigers in front. 5-3-33. East Ringwood 4-6-30. Coming up to the 15th minute mark of this third term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
That's the second goal for Tilling for the game. He has been a very, very good player. Brash, do you just think, I still favour Balwyn in this game because East Ringwood had it down in their forward flare for 11 or 12 minutes and then Balwyn just get the ball up and kick a goal. And let's face it, when it was down in Balwyn's defensive, it was the way they were bringing it out. They changed that and now they got the result.
It still may come down to what you said in pre-match, 10 minutes of football.
Yeah.
Bit of class shining through now for the Tigers. What can East Ringwood do to respond? It won't be from that clearance.
And the funny thing is, though, Ray, if it goes like this till three-quarter time, that 10 minutes in the last quarter for either side will be the difference between winning and losing.
You're dead right.
Bealo hammers it out. Coughlin couldn't take the mark. Turner works back to grab it there. Keedle, very good disruption by him. Was able to control it after that as well, but the kick was tackle affected and went
Got to say
long
that
way out.
The disposal for both sides has been pretty... Well, because of the pressure, it hasn't been good.
That's right. Well, you talked about the pressure, didn't you, Brash, coming into this game? So,
Still don't know what's up with Durden. He's just running up and down on the wing at the moment. Looks like a hamstring problem. So, yeah, he's just running at the moment. So, trying to find the answers, I guess.
That was a high free kick against... That was Dylan Bealo out there.
Boxville have probably rung Sando and said, don't put him back on if he's got a hamstring problem.
Stephen Slimming will take the free kick. Probably one of the better disposers of the ball for Balwyn, but Nolan had everything covered for East Ringwood, and the boundary line will win out.
Well, bit of a lull in the game.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's Tillig in the ruck now, so he's doing everything by the looks of it. Gets the tap down, but read well by East Ringwood. Keedle now with the kick. One-on-one situation. Freeman was beaten, completely outpointed by Wetherell. Had to tread a bit of water there. Got it back. Yeah, to Bealo. That was overuse.
Yeah,
overuse.
That was a nothing piece of play.
No, really,
Absolutely nothing.
they just had nothing ahead.
Yeah, and I think that's they just didn't run. They just didn't run forward to provide an option. Wetherell did as well as he could. Hannah Mundy just bumps Tillig out of the way and kicks it out of the ruck contest. Bennell couldn't take the mark. It's now running down the line. This is Connor Waitman. Tried to burn off an opponent. He's not letting go as Turner. Still got the handball away. Did Waitman. Wetherell out to... That's Marcus Kane. Tackled by two. Urban and Turner.
Brash, look, you got to... East Ringwood are trying to break the game open, but Balwyn just won't let them. The pressure just won't allow it.
I think they're positioning themselves really well down the line as well. East Ringwood are loath to kick it to their interceptors. Bealo out of the contest. Jackson Wetherell this time. And this is a dangerous kick because Lockie Young's there. Yeah. He was well set up to spoil it over. That's exactly what he did. As we tick in to the 19th minute. 18 minutes gone in this third quarter at Holm Park Reserve. Balwyn with a 3-point lead, but it just feels like a little bit more than that, doesn't it, Ryan? Just with the inability for East Ringwood to get a clear shot at goal.
Well, they're currently sitting on their forward 50 arc at the moment, so they've had plenty of the play this quarter. Yeah. But as you said, they've failed to capitalise on their chances. It's Anderson and Mundy in the ruck again. James Beeler has been massive. Looked to get the hands off and said, took it on himself, goes towards the top of the square. Fox.
Yep.
This will be his first chance at putting through a goal this afternoon.
Oh.
Yeah, and whilst
what do I know?
and whilst Fox lines up for goal, we're in time on in the second division, second semi-final. Templestowe hold sway, but only by 4 points. 6-10-46 to Surrey Park, 6-6-42. And Park Orchards have taken the lead here by a point. We'll get an update score in just a second.
Because Josh Fox is going back to put the Roos back in front by 3 points. Has been quiet today, been limited opportunities, but this is his biggest of the afternoon. Fox comes in and brings it back with the wind right through the middle. Started off right, judged it well with the wind, and that puts East Ringwood back in front. 5-6-36 to Balwyn, 5-3-33. 19 and a half minutes gone in the third term.
Durden's just come on, boys, so he's just got the all clear, so he's back on the ground as we speak now.
And Ray and Brash, on key players who have been held quiet, we've talked about Haley and Durden and Fox. All it takes is a couple of key moments in a low-scoring game to turn things around.
Exactly.
And they've just hit time on in the third quarter of the First Division second semi-final. And as I said, Park Orchards are a point in front, 6-7-43. South Belgrave, 6-6-42.
Interesting.
Alex Silvani a bit nervous in that situation, I thought.
Someone's run off with the football.
Oh, no.
It's currently gone in the bushes, I think, out the back here at Holm Park Reserve. There we go.
It's coming back. Oh, it's hit your car, Ryan. Oh, sorry.
My car's it's not going to be around too much longer, Lee. I'm about to get rid of it.
Oh, nice.
Oh, do they know it? Do they know about the mirror?
Yeah. someone, yeah. In case they're listening today.
Traded it in on a Ferrari.
Time on in the third division preliminary final sees scores be 12-5-77, leading Knox 8-2-50.
So we finally made our way back to the middle. Anderson got the tap down. East Ringwood not going to let them get away with it. Josh Waitman kicks it out. Mundy was the option, but now it's come to, this is Guymer, kicks it to the pocket. Fox, he's got one. Can he get another? Silvani waited out the back, took the bounce of the ball. Oh, goodness me, Seymour, he's managed to just squeeze a kick towards the top of the goal square. It was touched off the goal line, stayed in play. Another shot at goal, East Ringwood. Just to the outer side.
Keedle,
well done. I want to bring this one back in.
Yeah, so 5-7-37 plays, 5-3-33, 21 and a half minutes gone third term. Roos with the slender lead, hasn't been much in it this afternoon. The highest margin, 19 points earlier on in that second term in favour of East Ringwood. As the ball comes back out, copping one high there was Alex Urban, who win himself a free kick and hasn't got much ahead of him at the moment. Very stagnant both sides here. So he puts it up. East Ringwood should be able to chop this one up through Henry. Nolan out the back, got off to Beelo. Dylan Beelo, who's kicked off the side of the boot and out of bounds on the full. So
it's on the other oval.
The Tigers will set up again, and I think that'll be Urban who will take the kick in.
I don't think Lamont's troubled the stats people this afternoon. I can't see him had a kick or we've called him with a handball yet.
He has. He's been quite. He
had one this quarter.
One?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll stand corrected.
No, Urban.
Not much to write home about, though.
Oh, Tillich flew for that one out the back. Anderson tried to sock it off the ground. Henry picked it up. The big fella just sends it along down the line. Bounced off the forehead of Young. Urban. Back to Lever. Lever, great kick in the corridor. The mark was dropped by Markovski. Still end up with it. Bowen Smith. Couple of hard pieces of play there. Keedle inside 50 for the Roos. Big ball to be won there. Fox is about. So is Bennell. Was he held? He was. And Jamie Bennell will have a set shot on goal here for the Roos.
He let the umpire know about it too, with their arms up in the air. I know, it was there.
Yeah, it was there, absolutely. And
Keedle's had a really good game. He's had a very good third quarter.
Oh, he's been good today.
He has.
As, Jamie Bennell has had a couple of shots on goal. They've been difficult shots. This is probably his best chance for a major.
Well, he's
so
kicked
far.
3 behinds today, Jamie Bennell. Needs to hit the scoreboard now.
The wind has picked up, though. He needs to account for that. It'll be right post.
He'll be kicking into it down this end of the ground at Holm Park Reserve. Jamie Bennell to extend the lead out to 10 points. It's to the left, so just a minor score for East Ringwood. 5-8-38 to Balwyn, 5-3-33. Played almost 24 minutes in this third term, and once again, a close final between these two sides.
Yeah, that was a
let-off, I reckon.
He should have kicked it, yeah.
Oh, no, what was that? He missed the boot with it, maybe. Completely flummoxed the man on the mark and was able to recover it. Got it down to Anderson with the exit kick. Smith he was infringed upon by the looks of it.
He's given away a free kick.
I don't know how he did that. A very strange piece
Not sure
of play.
about that one.
Connor Waitman receives it. Pika is the option at half forward. Now kicks it over the top. That was great by Young. Now comes to Wilson, and Balwyn will be able to settle themselves down briefly as Dylan Below intercepted. Rushed the kick a little bit because he saw a good option that he liked. And chopping of the arms, I think, was paid.
Right on the money there, Jared.
And the mark was, the free kick will go to Seymour. Felix Seymour will take the shot at goal. No, he won't. He'll hand it off to Jackson Wetherall. Hard angle for the right footer. Top of the goal square. No mark taken. Over the line it goes. 1 point now added to the score of East Ringwood. They move to 5-9-39. Balwyn 5-3-33. 25 minutes gone in this third quarter.
So ever since you've probably said that the margin seems to be a little bit bigger in favour of Balwyn, East Ringwood have had all the play, Jared.
They turned the tide, didn't they?
You fired them up as towards the far side, but again, it's still only 6 points. They've missed a couple opportunities in this term, so 5-9 plays 5-3. We're approaching three-quarter time. Won't be long with just the 2 goals kicked in this quarter.
Park Orchard still holds sway by a point, 7-7-49. South Belgrave 7-6-48, deep into the third quarter.
Ball back into play. Henry taps it in front of himself. Picked up here by Charlie Haley. Went the don't argue. Handball over the top. Markovski now got Gent in the corridor that he was looking for, but it was cut off by Damon Delaney, who will kick it back to that far side of the ground at Holm Park Reserve. And they'll chip this forward to East Ringwood. Probably content going in to three-quarter time with a 6-point lead, but they would love an extra goal. A bit of a dangerous one there. Was able to get away in time, got away from the tackle, and intercepted here by Lockie Young, who's been good.
Yeah.
It has Stephen Slimming in the middle. They play this on. Lever. Handballs it forward. Tapped away there from Turner. Free kick here going the way of the Tigers. It'll be Kane Turner.
They got lucky there, Balwyn.
Well, Turner wants to move this on to Rid. Has Wilson all by himself on the wing if he wanted him. Goes back to Turner. Turner off the right boot towards the Durden direction. Made a contest out of it. Markovski's there. He's dangerous. At ground level, Bowen Smith. Handball away. Wetherall trying to escape the back half are the Roos. And they managed to do so as the siren sounds. And at three-quarter time, they lead just by 6 points. 5-9-39 to Balwyn, 5-3-33. The goal kickers, Jared, before we go to our final break.
For East Ringwood, 2 for Riley Wetherall, both in the second quarter, and then 1 each to Jamie Henry, Jason Coughlin, and then the third quarter goal for Josh Fox. Meanwhile, for Balwyn, 2 to Markovski, 2 to Tillig, and 1 to Nathan Oakes. Thank you very much for joining us on Eastern 98.1, the Facebook and YouTube stream for the EFNL Eastland Match of the Round. We'll be back with you for a grandstand finish in the final quarter in this qualifying final from Home Reserve in Beaconsfield. Don't go away.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprain your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Premier Division qualifying final between East Ringwood and Balwyn. It is East Ringwood 5-9-39, Balwyn 5-3-33. It is 3-quarter time currently, and still, just as it was at quarter time and at half time, we really are none the wiser as to who is going to win this game, gentlemen.
Yeah, I tell you what though, boys, if East Ringwood lose this game, that third quarter cost them because they kick 1 goal 5.
Yeah, that's true. They had their chances probably to put themselves a little bit further in front at 3-quarter time. Who impressed you more? I felt like in that third term we saw probably East Ringwood have more of the play. You just never know if they've just done themselves in by leaving some scores on the board.
I picked Balwyn and I'm still confident, even though East Ringwood had a lot of play. As I said, they were harassed and they kicked 1 goal 5. So, Balwyn had the ability to at least keep them to just 1 goal, and that was a mark there to Fox, who has done nothing today. I thought Silvani has been brilliant on him, but, as
took
you
his
said,
moment.
Good players just stand up in a low-scoring game and kick a goal, then they've done their job. But, no, I still think that Balwyn have got enough in their tank to win.
I thought Lockie Young was very important that third quarter as well. Kept intercepting and was good at ground level as well. It's going to be interesting. Just a couple of moments for Balwyn. Class shone through, I feel like, and East Ringwood just didn't have that, cleanliness of disposal when they had things on their terms.
Yeah. Well, when Balwyn did go into their 50, it was only their last kick that cost them.
Let's go down the boundary, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just down here with Ben Osborne. Ben, what's your thoughts on that third quarter? They came back, but you clawed back as well. What was your key message for that quarter?
Yeah, I thought we were outstanding around the footy, and we sort of kept it simple like we did in the first. We probably played a bit too open in that second quarter where there was 8 goals scored. So, we just need to keep it pretty simple and, as I said, own the contest and get some forward territory, forward stoppages and set the ground up.
No worries. Enjoy that. Enjoy the last quarter.
Thanks, Blake, as we've got a score out at East Burwood Reserve in the Division 1 second semi.
Yes, three-quarter time here. Park Orchards are now up by 8 points. 8-8-56 to South Belgrave 7-6-48 in the Division 2 second semi-final. Templestowe are now in front by 10 points, 7-10-52 to Surrey Park 6-6-42. And in Division 3, Scoresby look like they're heading for victory here at three-quarter time. They lead 12-5-77 to Knox 9-56, gentlemen.
Of course, a grand final on the line in that one. And Donvale awaits the winner as back here. The winner of this game will face Blackburn here next Saturday in the second semi-final, where the loser will play the winner of tomorrow's clash of South Croydon and Roeville. So a lot to play for today. If you do want to win the flag, you don't want to do it the hard way, you want to qualify first.
Sorry, Ryan as well. Just had a message from Brendan Sanderson. Just make better decisions. 30 minutes to go of hard work.
We'll see how that shines through. Smith was able to escape the back of the stoppage, sharing it round with Red. Now to Anderson, back to Red. High, spirally kick. And Markovski couldn't beat Delaney to it. Good intercept mark by the sturdy backman for East Ringwood. Below. This is Dylan Below, kicks it down the line. A bit of a wrestle there involving Wetherell. Stolen from him by Freeman, but no mark taken, so Wetherell took the opportunity to tackle. Ball up. East Ringwood on their first campaign forward in this final quarter. Below had to work it backwards to go forwards. Balwyn disrupted. Through comes Smith. Markovski again involved. Ball up. Pressure around the contest is at an elite level today. Henry and Anderson again. Anderson gets that tap down. Bit of volleyball played by East Ringwood. Ball bounces into space. Connor Waitman first to react. Tackled immediately by Schreiber.
East Ringwood will be really trying to push home their advantage in the opening 5 minutes here.
Anderson again taps it back to Urban. He couldn't do much with it. Holding the man, and it's advantage taken. So Haley gets it to Tillig. Opportunity for Balwyn, 2-on-2, and the mark's been taken. Oh, just dropped by Durden. Markovski crashes in. Scooped up once again by Durden. Fed the handball out. How do they work this one out? Balwyn. It's going to come to Haley, and he gets the first on the board for Balwyn in this final quarter, and he looks a bit hurt there. I think he crashed into the post.
He did.
Oh, dear. So it might be a bit of a costly goal.
I don't think it was the post. It was just he was crunched by the other player.
Let's have a look.
Hopefully he hasn't
hit. A bit of both.
Oh, dear.
I'll tell you what, though, they made hard work of it, didn't they?
Well, they did, but it's a goal either way.
But there was a hand. There should have been another hand pass for mine on that 4-50 line because they had a player clear, but they opted to kick it forward. Okay, they got the result in the end, but there was a lot of things went right with the bounce of the ball for them to get that goal, Brash.
6 points is 6 points in the end. That's 6-3-39 to 5-9-39, and Haley on the scoreboard for the first time this afternoon, the skipper. We talk about big moments in these type of crunch finals. You don't have to be outstanding for full 4 quarters. Sometimes you just need a couple of key moments. Urban to Anderson. Can they go through again and send them back into attack? Twee's in front position. Haley again. Little tap to Markovski. Markovski, the handball over the top. Durden goes back to Markovski. He goes back again before they enter their forward 50, and Durden takes the mark. And these are some of the key players who are just starting to get their hands on the footy.
That was great play under pressure. They just kept their cool and they knew what they were doing.
I hark back to that game at Noble Park in that last quarter where Durden came into the game with 3 or 4 quick goals. I tell you what, if he kicks this, it'll probably be nearly close to goal of the day, really, under these conditions.
I agree, because there hasn't been too many goals kicked from set shots down this end of the ground. Sam Durden will take his best from here. It's a high kick. Is it going to hold the distance? Tillig almost marked it on the goal line. Haley, his kick was smothered, tried to keep it alive, and
point over the line.
It is a behind.
Tell you what, he gave it a good ride.
So 6-4 40 Balwyn, 5-9 East Ringwood. 4 minutes into this final term.
Tigers have taken the lead early in this final quarter. East Ringwood trying to get out of defence. Lockie Young was paid the mark.
Chopped his hands.
Free kick it was instead. So Lockie Young will load Balwyn up again. He's going to search for... Over the top came Oaks. Unrealistic attempt. East Ringwood now with the rebound. Damon Delaney took advantage from that free kick, kicked it out in front of Keatle. He's got Schreiber for company. Was able to get the handball away very quickly. Rid, however, just trying to control it to himself, but he ran out of room.
See, that was great play by Schreiber. He just ran him down from a long, long way back.
He's been impressive today, Caden Schreiber. No wonder, of course, he's a VFL level player. He's been with the Northern Bull Ants. He's been with Collingwood as well. Henry taps it down. Bielo bounces off Schreiber. Now Slimming gets the kick towards the centre of the ground. Crashing the pack was Jack Tillig. He's very good as a link-up player. Plays above his height. Sends it to the top of the goal square. Tweedy under a lot of pressure down there. Bounces for Delaney. They're going to have to work this one out. Durden with the tackle on Delaney. They lock it up.
I believe we've got an update. Second semi-final in Division 1, Brash.
Yes, Park Orchards are staking their claim here. 4 minutes into the last quarter. They lead by 15 points, 9-9-63. South Belgrave, 7-6-48.
Haley escapes, gets the looping handball over Oaks. No, it was all interrupted. Schreiber, they're going to go again. Haley once again, this way and that. Over the line. Important stuff by Nolan.
Boundary line was his friend there, because if it wasn't going to be a boundary throw-in, it was going to be holding the ball.
100%.
Semi-final against Blackburn on the line. Henry takes it out of the ruck, slams it. Oh, it might have been ill-advised to kick it straight that way. It's going to come right back. Mark taken. And it's Jack Tillig again.
Well, he's had some big moments today.
Yeah.
What do they call X Factor? Is that what Sanderson said?
Wild card. I think it was the terminology he used, but X Factor I think works just as well. 35 goals for the year, 37 goals for the year now. Better than his return in 2024, which was 25. He's got a third goal today.
Is this the 10
on offer?
Is this the 10 minutes, Ray-Bad?
Yes, it could be, mate.
Well, we're 6.5 minutes into the final quarter, and Balwyn are very much throwing down the gauntlet to East Ringwood. It's up to them to pick it up, especially if Jack Tillig can chisel this one home. He's done just that. Balwyn, they are taking this game by storm at the moment. And East Ringwood, it's up to you to respond, Ruse.
Well, that's right. 7-4-46 to 5-9-39. 7-point lead to the Tigers. It's their game-high lead too.
Look, I know the game's not over yet, but if you look at history in the last 4 or 5 games of the season, Balwyn have finished games off with big last quarters.
A titanic to struggle here in the Division 2 second semi-final here. Templestowe in front by 3 points, 7-10-52. Surrey Park, 7-7-49.
Back in the middle here. It's been all the Tigers in this fourth term, leading now by 7 points. 7-4-46, 5-9-39. Ball up in the middle. Tapped down by Mundy. They need a quick response to East Ringwood in a low-scoring game. Wouldn't want to give away too many more goals. Here's Bowen Smith. And their key players, Brash, have lifted, certainly in this.
Certainly have. 10 minutes. And 10 minutes into the last quarter in the Division 3 preliminary final. And Scoresby are heading for victory here. 14-5-89, Knox 9-2-56.
So we'll get a ball up just outside the forward 50 here for the Tigers. Tap down. The kick was smothered there by Anderson. Ball comes back out. And it's a turnover. Markovski inside 50. Great delivery. And it's that man again, Jack Tillig.
What a kick.
Leading in front. And two players who have been key. Markovski's had plenty of the football today and has given him a bit of a spark. And Jack Tillig is now lining up for goal number 4 in a low-scoring game.
Yeah.
And I reckon what the key difference has been in this last quarter is the tackling pressure of the Balwyn forward 6.
Yep.
They've kept the ball in their half of the ground.
It's taking a long
gonna-
time to tie that shoe.
Well,
Oh, it's
he's
off.
not- yeah, it's
I
off.
thought it was on his foot.
And
Whilst we've got a
he's only got
quiet
30
moment,
seconds, hasn't he?
8 minutes into the last quarter, and Park Orchards have put a bit of a space on.
Oh, he's just thrown away the shoe as Tilly.
Park Orchards. Park
Haley's-
Orchards.
I hope he's a left footer.
Park Orchards are up by 21 points, 10-9-69. South Belgrave 77-6-48. So Park Orchards are asking all the questions of South Belgrave here.
It just proves that, you know, finals are won in September, no matter what you do during the year.
The skippers had to help him out with his boots, so I don't know what's happened there, but
Charlie Haley Lacey.
He is a right footer, I'm pretty sure, so he does need that boot back on.
How nervous would you be if this happens? He's got all eyes on him.
I don't think
he can't
he's-
untie his shoelace.
I don't think he's the kind of guy to get nervous.
I suppose not.
The thing is, this is interesting. Like, they've only got 30 seconds for a goal, correct?
I think the umpire blew time off. I heard the whistle. At least.
I just noticed we've got an umpire standing next to us here in Dean O'Neill. Maybe we could ask him.
Oh, hello.
So we're back on here. Jack Tilly, who now has 2 boots on, is lining up for goal number 4. Looks very cool, calm and collected as he approaches the man on the mark. Tillig for goal number 4 has missed to the left. So after all that, just a minor score, 7-5-47 to 5-9-39. The Tigers leading 10 minutes into this last quarter.
East Ringwood now looking to bring this back in. Takes a bit of space, he does. And Nolan couldn't get to it. Comes straight to Wilson. And the mark inside 50 has been taken by Oakes.
And it's the perfect angle for a left footer here.
Nath, go on, Brash.
And I'm not going with my saying.
So Nathan Oakes, he's kicked the 1 goal today already. So many dangerous forwards there for Balwyn.
Tell you what, if he kicks this, it's going to be hard for East Ringwood, because East Ringwood then are going to have to take a punt. They're going to have to go down the middle of the ground.
Absolutely. So Balwyn, they have steadied into this final quarter perfectly. It's going to be wind affected straight through the middle. Beautiful by Nathan Oakes.
That's his second of the afternoon.
And Balwyn, they look very, very dangerous. East Ringwood, are they out of legs? Are they out of ideas? Are they out of the game?
Brash, I just think we've had that 10 minutes that I talked about pre-game. 10 minutes in a game where one of the sides is just going to take hold and strangle the other.
8-5-53 plays 5-9-39. Game high 14 points for Balwyn. 11.5 minutes gone in this final term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We're back in the middle again. Can East Ringwood respond? But it's the Tigers who might get the clearance again through the middle towards centre half forward. Bouncing footy in front. Norris is there for the Roos. Picked up by the Tigers. Handball over the top. Just into a bit of space here. Chasing this first. Wrapped up was Nolan. Got rid of it in time as the Roos through Seymour was pushed. And the ball will come back. So centre wing here against Charlie.
Why wouldn't you bring it back, Wetherell? It's your ball. Don't leave it there.
16 minutes into the last quarter, and Surrey Park have hit the front. 8-7-55. Templestowe 7-10-52.
Wow.
That might be one of the stories of the weekend if that happens. As the ball goes down line. Big mark by Riley Wetherell. A timely one here for the Roos. Goes towards the top of the square. The skipper's there out the back. Tigers defending with their life at the moment. James Belo's pushed all the way forward.
Gee, they were lucky to get out of that ball because the 2 Balwyn guys flew for the ball. The East Ringwood guys stayed on the ground. It was just unfortunate it didn't come out to him.
Just need the next one anyway. They can get it. There's been a free kick awarded, and it is going the way of East Ringwood.
It was for holding. I don't think it was in the ruck contest.
It's Waitman's free kick.
The non-officiating umpire paid it, and I don't like that.
Okay, there's 14-point lead to the Tigers. This is a must-kick goal for Connor Waitman, just to bring the margin back to 8 points. 13 minutes into this final term. Connor Waitman has been good this afternoon to put through. He's first. A timely one for the Roos. Waitman has missed. 5-10-40 East Ringwood. 8-5-53 ball and a 13-point lead. Still plenty of time on the clock. We're 13 and a half minutes into this last quarter.
Well, there's 15 minutes left, I reckon, in the third division preliminary final, and Scoresby will be going into the grand final against Doncaster because they lead 16-5, 101 to Knox, 10 goals to 62.
You mean Don Vale?
Is Doncaster back this year?
Yeah, that'll work.
Miracle
Close
game.
enough.
Miracle at Jubilee Park.
So Lockie Young, who had launched it out of defence for Balwyn, it ended up in a stoppage. East Ringwood will get this clearance. It's come to Geimer, bounced off the head of Lockie Young. Chaos ball now at the half-forward line for East Ringwood. It's going to end up wrapped up. Oh, I think. No. Umpire let it play. It's going to be extracted potentially. Waitman, Schreiber, tackle laid. Going nowhere.
Park Orchards have got 1 foot in the grand final here at the moment.
Wow.
They lead 11-10-76 to South Belgrave 7-7-49.
Mundy tried to do it himself from the stoppage. Urban said no, not this time. Haley kicks it down the line. Still a contest, however. Markovski wrapped up. Another ball up.
The one thing I'm seeing in this game, I'm seeing Balwyn kicking more score and East Ringwood not kicking anything.
Okay.
I just can't see where East Ringwood are going to kick their scores.
Here we go again. Haley brought down in the Mundy tackle. Yeah, you're right, Brash. It's hard to see too much freedom or space in that East Ringwood forward line. It's going to have to be an opportunistic goal with the way things have gone thus far in this quarter. Haley escapes the back of the stoppage, kicks around the corner. Geimer did really well. Courageous stuff, put himself in the way. And Slimming body checked him. But Lockie Geimer, the former Warrandyte man, didn't mind. Sends it to centre half forward. Who's setting themselves? It was all Balwyn to fly, but came off hands. East Ringwood now at the deck. Jumping on top of it was... That's Freeman. East Ringwood will take the stoppage in their forward line. 15 and a half minutes gone. Everything to do for the Roos now. Durden tried to feed it out. Bouncing ball. Still going nowhere. Another tackle laid. Time slipping away. Not the friend of the Roos today. Ball bouncing round. Schreiber fighting for it. East Ringwood just making sure they're not going anywhere. And whistle. Nope, still a ball up.
Time on in the third division second semi-final. Still sees Surrey Park 8-7-55 leading Templestowe 7-10-52.
Haley playing in the midfield, tried to track it along the boundary line. Belo won it, however. It's now come to Connor Waitman. High ball, top of the goal square. East Ringwood punched by Lockie Young. It's fallen into a dangerous spot, though, for Balwyn. The first 3 players to it, though, were Tigers. Shoved off it. Still in the hands of Balwyn. However, what a beautiful kick, but it's going to come right back. The kick was by Jamie Ridd. It's been taken by Delaney. He's going to centre it up. Dangerous kick it was. Obi Chambers just nearly ruined everything for East Ringwood. Took the ball, holding the ball. Throw it was, in fact, Connor Waitman takes the advantage. This could be a great goal for East Ringwood if he slots it, but no. Still, the game hangs in the balance, and East Ringwood need to find some scores quickly.
5-11-41 to 8-5-53. 17 minutes gone, final term. Lockie Young to take the kick in here for the Tigers. Just an even 2-goal margin. They have certainly responded after a pretty dominant start to this last quarter from the Tigers, but once again haven't been able to convert. As the ball comes back out of play here for Balwyn. The mark is taken by Durden, who looks just to slow things down and get a bit of composure here for Balwyn on the half-back line. Called to play on. Durden takes his time before he just sends a high, long kick towards the wing position. Spalled across the line. And we'll get a boundary throw in far side.
Balwyn hold all the aces here. They've just got to slow the ball down and just try and starve East Ringwood of the football.
Well, 1 goal, that's it.
That's it, yeah.
1 more goal and you can say that Balwyn will be moving on to play Blackburn. Still, though, time for East Ringwood. Schreiber, his handball was cut off by Weatherall. Ball comes back. Waitman off to Kane. Bouncing ball towards the half-forward line. Ridd chasing this one. Met by Connor Waitman, who I think has been pretty impressive, despite missing the last couple of shots.
That was Jamie Ridd. He's been Balwyn's best player.
Yeah,
I reckon he has.
He's had a great game, Ridd.
Been one of the four-quarter contributors.
He plays on a tall as well. He's done really well today.
Ball brought back into play here. Chevy Anderson chasing this one first, and we'll get a repeat boundary throw in.
18 minutes into the last quarter at East Burwood. Park Orchards 12-10-82.
All over.
Look like they're heading for victory here. 7-7-49 South
all
Belgrave.
Over.
Yeah. This is
wow.
all over.
That's a big story to break down. Of course, there's Bennell, high kick inside 50. Bowen Smith underneath this one, spoiled away and across the line. So 19 minutes gone final term. It's exactly 12 points the margin. 8-5-53 Balwyn, 5-11-41 East Ringwood. 23
minutes into the last quarter. Surrey Park still holds sway by 3 points. 8-7-55. Templestowe 7-10-52.
Couple of upsets brewing in finals around the eastern suburbs. Very excited to break those ones down and see what the final results are. Back here at Holm Park Reserve in Beaconsfield. Haley was tackled. We'll have a ball up. Here we go. Anderson down to Smith. Scrappy kick from Schreiber. Ball in dispute. Oh, Haley controlled it for a second. Wetherell, though, kept his feet. Inside forward 50. Young will be first to it. Oh, nearly stolen from him. Felix Seymour. How about that?
Templestowe hit the front. 8-10-58. Leading Surrey Park 8-7-55.
Seymour had no right to take that mark, centres the ball, and Riley Wetherell, strong hands out in front, and the game could rest on his boot.
Oh, huge kick. But who else would you rather have it?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. He's kicked 2 today, both to this end, both in the second quarter, as we tick into time on. The weight of the world on his shoulders. Can he keep himself cool, calm, collected to kick East Ringwood back to a 6-point deficit? And he's done just that. Back to the centre we go.
Unbelievable finishes coming up here in the Eastern Football Netball League this afternoon. What a fantastic finals kick to the final series we've got here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. 8-5-53 to 6-11-47, Blake.
Yeah, just 4 minutes to go, boys. That's
all right.
4 minutes to go.
Could we go into extra time?
Well, that'd be history, wouldn't it? First finals game down here and extra time.
We'll be riding this one home, no doubt.
All right, we're back in the middle once again. 6 points the margin. Of course, this is the final, so there will be time on if it ends up that way. He was tripped, was James Beelow back in the middle. Been big this afternoon too. I've liked his game around the contest as Beelow kick inside. Pick is going to run into this one against Young. Ball hits the deck. Doing very nicely there was Lever, getting it out of trouble and finds Haley in the middle of the ground here for the Tigers. Looks to find a target all by himself there in Nathan Oakes. Centre wing, broadcast side for Balwyn.
Kick it long, yep.
They lead by 6 points towards the half-forward line. Coming in from the side there was Tillig. Donnelly wrapped up in the tackle. We'll get a ball up.
Park Orchards will move into the grand final. They lead by 45 points, 14-10-94. South Belgrave 7-7-49.
So a long kick, high kick here for East Ringwood. Wetherell bounced off his chest. Wilson wrapped up, and we'll get another ball up on this side, broadcast side. 6 points the margin. Tigers leading the spot in the second semi-final against Blackburn up for grabs. Once again, ball controlled by the Tigers. Turner towards the half-forward line. Delaney wrapped up in the tackle. We'll get a ball up.
26 minutes of the last quarter. Templestowe still holds sway. 8-11-59. Surrey Park 8-8-56.
Bowen Smith running onto this one, and it's come off the side of the boot and out of bounds on the full. So East Ringwood can set up here off the back pocket.
It's the Roos' time to bounce now. That was Nolan. Gets it to Jackson Wetherell. Corridor kick. It's mostly Balwyn. Slipped through the hands of Tillig. That was uncharacteristic. Slamming it forward. Wetherell to Fox. Open goal square on offer for Hannon Mundy. He's going to get run down. No, gets boot to ball. Oh, he's missed it. 5-point game.
Oh.
That rundown was that could win them the game.
That was enough just to throw Mundy's momentum.
Can I say handy point?
Maybe 6-12.
Next score wins either way.
6-12, 48 to 8-5, 53.
Gee, that was amazing by Young to run him down there.
23 and a half minutes gone in this final term. So out of defence here is Rid. They looked almost home, the Tigers, but East Ringwood have come home strong. Rid down the middle of the ground. There's a push in the back going the way of Charlie Haley.
He'll hold it up. He'll hold it up.
Well, you know, he's
He'll hold it
very
up. He'll hold it up.
smart
There
footballer.
it is. Look at it.
Just gets the signal going for the boys, knowing there's not long left. And
Come on, call it, play on, ump.
That was the game.
well, there you go. He's called to play on. Here's centre wing. The mark is taken.
Take your
It
time.
was a high free kick either way.
Go back.
So instead of... It's Schreiber. Will be called to play on here. Schreiber towards the half-forward line underneath this one. Below chasing this first. Markowski involved. There's Waitman. Waitman's handle off to Below. Below through the corridor of the ground. They've got to take some risks. Weatherall's there, so is Tillich. At centre half back, he's played on. That's play on. He's gone to play.
Oh, and
He's moved this on. Young, under pressure, got to kick away in time. And they get out of trouble there to the Tigers.
Rush of blood by Jack Tillich.
Weatherall was unaware that the umpire called play on then and didn't lay the tackle.
That was just a little bit of unawareness from the young man in Weatherall.
I think that was their opportunity, East Ringwood.
It was.
It was. That was it.
Well, we've gone 25 minutes. It's a 5-point game. East Ringwood now need to win this stoppage. Anderson playing in front. Schreiber gets the clearance again. Tumbling ball inside forward 50 for the Tigers. Durden looping handball out the back. This could be it. The icing on the cake. It's Nathan Oakes to put the nail in the coffin. And Balwyn moved to a semi-final against Blackburn.
Well called, Jared.
Oh, fantastic response to the Tigers, who were under an immense amount of pressure. And just go back, I know he played on and almost ran into trouble there, but Tillich to be able to get back and take that mark in defence. I've got a final score out at Walker Park, Brash.
Final score. Templestowe are into the grand final. They've held on to beat Surrey Park 8-11-59, Surrey Park 8-8-56.
The scoreboard's given that goal to East Ringwood.
Well, I've got to fix that one up as East Ringwood now 13
They
points
give
up
another
on the
goal
scoreboard.
to East Ringwood.
In fact, the scoreline 9-5-59 Balwyn at 6-12-48 East Ringwood. We're back in the middle of the ground.
Mine's right.
So yes, we are correct here. Is a free kick going the way of Henry. Oh, tried to get off the Belo, but they turned it over. And at defence there.
Oh, he didn't know it was touched.
Oh, they're called to play on.
He
And the
should have
umpire.
known. He should have known because the umpire was right in front of him, screaming in his hand.
And there's your siren. Balwyn advanced through to the second semi-final. And Silvani says goodbye to the East Ringwood faithful behind the goals. Oh, he's got
the old choke.
The choke symbol. There's Balwyn 9-5-59 defeat East Ringwood 6-12-48. And what a great game. And again, it's the same result. It's a tight one between these two sides, and Balwyn just get across the line.
A low-scoring arm wrestle. It's a signature of this rivalry.
Did East Ringwood now, look, you don't want to criticise them, but 6-12, if they'd have kicked accurate, they would have been right in this game. But that,
Well, it was a game they could have won, wasn't it?
They could have won. You
Yep.
know, good kicking is good football, and they obviously weren't on target today.
So they've made a rod for their own back here, East Ringwood. Now they're going to have to do it the hard way to even make it back to the grand final through the first semi-final.
Well, next week's going to be tough. Whether it's South Croydon or Roval, they've struggled against Roval this year,
Well,
and
Roval's
South Croydon
beaten them twice.
And South Croydon have been playing quite well in the back half of the season. So whoever they match up against, that'll be an interesting one.
I say Roval's beaten them twice, but you remember back that Roval beat Noble Park twice and got rolled in the grand final. So it's never, finals are never predictable.
That's true. As we've seen today, because East Ringwood defeated Balwyn twice during the home and away.
I think today the winners were the Eastern Football League. A great game of football, great facilities down here. And well run by the Beaconsfield people too.
Tell you what, Park Orchards came from 24 points down early in the second quarter They're going to win by 50 points here.
Yeah.
15-11, 101 to 7-8, 50. South Belgrave have just stopped here.
Incredible. You know, to get beaten by that margin, even if they get back to a grand final, it's still going to be that.
Let's go down the boundary because I believe Blake Tennant might have an interview.
Yeah, got two of the stars here, two of the match winners for the Tigers. I've got Jack Tilley, incredible game today, and of course,
Jack Tillich's on your left.
Sorry, I forgot about that, and just different hair. And Caden Schreiber as well. We'll start off with you, Caden. Terrific game. What does this mean for this footy club? You definitely love a close game between East Ringwood.
Obviously, we have a pretty big rivalry with East Ringwood. They're very young, very talented side, and obviously after last year, it's always a little bit personal, but today was physical, and a big credit to our boys for having a hard day and seeing it through. So.
I was just saying as well, it would have been a trek coming down from Balwyn, of course. But what did you take away from this ground, Beaconsfield? Obviously, use a lot to your strengths as well, especially in that second quarter when you got the ball on your turns a little bit.
Yeah, obviously, big ground. I think the wind sort of made it hard to use the width and find short marks. But I've heard Bayswater's a bit cut up, so it was good to play on a deck that's a bit firmer underfoot, so it's good.
How long did it take?
45 minutes down the line, actually.
And I'll start off with you, Jack. I've got that one right. 3 goals. Pretty much the match performance, I'll say, by you. You know, really put the Tigers into a shot against Blackburn next week.
Yeah, it was a good game. So we've got some good forwards down there. So it always helps. I get probably the 4th or 5th best defender. So usually, if I can go to work on him, it usually helps in us winning the game. So yeah, it's good.
And how did you use, a few set shots, a few run-ons? How did you use the ground to your advantage to kick your 3?
It definitely helps a bit. It's a bit bigger ground than Balwyn, so there's a lot of space for one-on-ones, and all us down forward pride ourselves in winning on our one-on-one. So that's how we use it to our advantage.
Got the team to beat next week at Beaconsfield, Blackburn. What are you going to take coming into a red-hot team that's waiting to play you guys next week?
We'll take the knowledge of the ground advantage into the game. So we've already played here. I actually prefer this run in with the game before. So this is how we did it last year, and I reckon this is how we'll do it again.
No worries. Enjoy next week.
Thanks there, down at ground level, Caden Schreiber and Jack Tillig, and he's got a bit of a rush here to get back to the rooms in time to sing the song, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives.
I thought that was a very good and interesting question that Blake asked them. What do you take out of this ground at Beaconsfield? That was a very good question at this time.
Yeah, and
well done, Blake.
Yeah, he does good work.
Except he's got to walk the players to the
And I got a final from Div 3. Scoresby moving into the grand final, gents. 17-5, 107. Disappointing end for the season. Knox 11-2-68.
Well, that's 2 I've got wrong.
I don't think I've got a winner today, Ray.
Cross the boys.
So there you go.
You can pick out Charlie Haley, can't you?
Absolutely. We might take a break here before we wrap things up from Holm Park Reserve, as well as give our votes, talk about all the games and what the context of these results mean. But here out at Holm Park Reserve, it is Balwyn in the qualifying final, 9-5-59, defeating East Ringwood 6-12-48.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Holm Park Reserve, the qualifying final in Premier Division, and it is the Tigers moving through to the second semi-final, 9-5-59, defeating East Ringwood 6-12-48, which means Balwyn will play Blackburn back here next Saturday. East Ringwood, their season's not done, that's why you get the double chance, and they will play the winner of tomorrow's elimination final between Roval and South Croydon. Ryan Long joined by Wayne Brasher, Ray Baird. We'll have Jared Beanland joining us in a second, as well as Blake Tennant, who's doing God's work down there, getting the goalpost padding covers for me, which is great and saves me a trip down to ground level as Jared rejoins us back here.
Hello.
And we will get to the votes, but we might wait till Blake comes back up before we do our votes. We've got plenty of time. We've got 25 minutes, Brash. So let's start with this game. Let's talk about this for a bit before we go to read through some of those other scores. But the context of the game, it was real neck and neck. It was an arm wrestle, and both sides at different stages looked like they had momentum, Ray. Did the right side win?
I think it did, but I did. But before we do that, I think we need to analyse this quarter by quarter. Because that first quarter, 2 points each. Now, you've never seen a final like that before, Bresh, have we?
No, we haven't.
It was just it was a matter of both sides throwing everything at the football and no one being able to get a scoring chance. And that was a great development of football, what finals football's all about.
It was almost like a game of chess, wasn't
it was like rugby league at one stage, you know.
Yeah, that's right. And they obviously, the game opened up in that second term. Interesting, we heard from Ben Osborne at three-quarter time, and that's not what he wanted. Hearing from him, he was not as pleased with that. He was more happy with the third quarter where they had a little bit more control in the contest and they weren't letting Balwyn kick those easy goals.
But after that first quarter, then all of a sudden there's 8 goals kicked in the second quarter. You know, the game broke open. That's amazing, you know. It's And let's face it, East Ringwood come out, didn't they, and went bang, bang, bang. You know, those 3 goals they kicked were in a matter of 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah, that's right.
And eight of Balwyn's 9 goals were at the same end that they kicked in the second and fourth quarter. Only kicked one with it down this end.
Yeah, that's right. That's a fascinating fact. And you know, of course, there's some key players in these games. Let's recap some of those other scores before Blake comes up to do our votes. Brash, I think this is the story of the round.
This is the story of the round because Park Orchards, like I said, they were 26 points down 5 minutes into the second quarter. They've beaten South Belgrave comprehensively here by 45 points, 15-11, 101. South Belgrave 8-8, 56. Big story to come out of this one. Really big story.
Yeah, wild.
There's absolutely no way that you could have actually pictured that game ending up as it is.
And they had the win the last quarter, didn't they, Brash? From what we're aware, and they really kicked away.
I think probably the nail biter of the round nearly saw Surrey Park, gentlemen, pinch a spot in into the grand final, but Templestowe have held sway by 3 points, 8-11-59 to Surrey Park, 8-8-56. And Scoresby have ended Knox's season in the preliminary final. They progressed to the grand final against Donvale next weekend, and they won 17 goals, 107 to Knox 11-68, Ray.
It was always going to be hard for Knox following up from last week because they got two crucial injuries last week. And Steve Buckle knows. He knows they need a big key forward that they can go through, and obviously today that was their downfall again.
Yeah, they just once again they kicked only after half time. Scoresby kicked 8 goals to 4, and basically set up the win in that third quarter.
I know we're going to talk about this more in depth, but obviously making a grand final coming up the division. Surrey Park did it last year and won the flag. Huge achievement for Scoresby considering where they were, 5-6 years ago.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. They were folded. They were folded at one stage. But they're a very proud club. They proved that when they had their centenary game the other year. They've won premierships in the top division, and look, it's great where they are.
The one thing that Surrey Park can take out of today's game is the fact that they know that they'll be in the contest to the very bitter end.
Yep. And they've won that sort of game before in the grand final.
But that being said, it's easy to get close, but to get over the line is the mountain you've got to climb.
Yep.
And next week they'll take on the winner of Wantirna South and Mulgrave, and that's going to be a challenge in itself.
Yeah, well, they had a big challenge today, but as you just said, Brass, next week's a bigger challenge.
Yeah.
Every week they progress is a bigger challenge because they've come up a grade.
And the thing is, and like I said, I mean, at the start of the day, we all thought that Templestowe, based on their season form, deserved to move into the grand final. By God, did they get a fright?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And Surrey Park can take out of this that they can outplay Templestowe for periods of game. The bigger bodies may not worry them when they actually meet again.
I think the fact, even that they've lost this game, they'd obviously prefer to win. At least they can take away now that, hey, we can match it with Templestowe, because they hadn't had that previously in their first two meetings.
Yeah. Look, I know, and from what they've done this year after being promoted up, they don't really have to go and recruit a lot of people either, because they know that they've got it. Coming up a grade like that, because they've got a very good list. Their list manager has done marvellous down there, whoever they are. Since they've come up from 4th division.
It's been better and better each year, and they've been able to pick up some key players. Brash, we've got something else as well.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the quarter by quarter scores, and like I said, at quarter time, South Belgrave were 4 goals, 4-28 to Park Orchards 2 behinds. So since quarter time, Park Orchards have kicked 15 goals, 9 to South Belgrave's 4 goals, 4.
Do you guys think that South Belgrave can recover from this?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
surely.
Next week will be interesting, depending if they play Beaconsfield or North Ringwood. And look, the pressure is now on them, big time, because this looked like their flag to lose. And Park Orchards hadn't really got close to them in their first 2 times they've matched up. I know finals is very different, but they'll go back to the drawing board.
Who played better as the hunter in that game? Would it be Beaconsfield or would it be North Ringwood?
I think North Ringwood.
Yeah.
I like Beaconsfield the way they play, but I just believe at the moment, the later half of the season, North Ringwood are playing a better football.
And they've beaten South Belgrave before. That was their one loss in the home and away season was to North Ringwood. So it'll be very interesting to see the result of that game. And South Belgrave will be waiting with bated breath, no doubt, to find out who they play. I'm sure they'll just take it as, it's a final. We have to win it. But they've got to match up against the team.
Well, let's ask Blake what he thought on Division. You saw a lot of Division 1 this year. What do you think about this result?
I'm not surprised. I think Park Orchards have definitely been, the side, that's definitely, they made the grand final last year. That's the thing we've got to remember as well. So they're a good enough side as well. It's just South Belgrave have just been the benchmark team, as we all know. But I wouldn't be, like I said, if I did the preview yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised if they won. They're a good team, made the grand final. They've only lost, I think, 5 games since they've come down this division, so that's a big win for Park Orchards. I'm more shocked about the result. That's
the margin.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it?
Wow,
gods and saints bleed
that's
alike.
A big one. I've just seen the score. That's incredible.
Another key result that came out of Caulfield in race 9. Treasure of the moment, Blakey has got her across the line. Your tip today,
yes, it was my hot tip. Yep.
Has given me a bit of money. I was a bit nervous taking your advice, but it's paid up well.
My mate,
you pay $1.50 and $1.04.
No, it was $6.
Gamble responsibly.
Gamble responsibly, of course. But my mate who was at the races today, he told me get on Treasure of the moment. So I took his advice. So he's actually from my mates, not from me. So there you go.
I would have felt a little bit more confident knowing that, but that's good. That helps me out, and I'm happy to drive you home after that.
I've already got Ray Baird.
You've got Ray Baird already driving you, but
his car's very luxurious, I have to say.
It's certainly a little bit more comfortable than my Toyota Corolla coming back to Eastland House. But let's go through our votes on this one before we break down everything else. Ray, I believe you've got your 1, 2, 3 ready.
I have. Look, first of all, I'll say, even if East Ringwood had got over the line today, I would have found it hard to give players votes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think it was, their team effort was a team effort, but it wasn't a good team effort, and there was no outstanding players to me in their side. I know that Weatherall kicked 3, but he kicked 2 of them, one after the other in that second quarter, and got one. He really wasn't a factor in the game. Okay, my 1 vote I gave to, where did I put it? So Jack Tilley, 3 goals. He gave him a target up there over 4. 2 votes I gave him to the guy who I thought really got him moving in that third quarter. They moved him into the midfield, and that was Cade Schreiber. I just thought his in and under work was fantastic. And 3 votes, I just liked this guy at centre halfback, Jamie Ridd. He was giving away inches to his opponent, and many a time there, not only did he contest the ball and bring it to ground, but he ran off. He was, my opinion, the best player on the ground.
There you go, Blake Tennant. If you've got your 1, 2, 3.
Down, are you?
No award today in finals, but I'll keep track in my head of who's going to be our voted player.
It was a very hard one, I thought, and I'm going to give, I know he probably didn't have much, but I thought the moments this guy really got to it. I'm going to give 1 vote to Balwyn Smith. That kick inboard inside 50, linked up a target. I just thought that was it. And then I thought me 2 goes to Jack Tillig. I thought 3 goals, but they were crucial goals for the Tigers, especially in that second quarter when the score was tight. And then me 3, I'm going to go to Cade Schreiber. I thought he was very good for the Tigers all round.
Yeah, very good. Brash, your 1, 2, 3.
Well, and I had a bit of a chat with Ray about this, and I think I'm going to give my 1 vote to Ben Silvani. His job on Josh Fox.
His job on Fox was good.
Yeah, he did well.
Was pretty awesome this afternoon, so I'll give him 1. I agree with Ray. Rid off that half-back flank was sensational this afternoon. He ran the lines, he kicked the ball long to position and gave basically the Balwyn forwards and at least a 50-50 chance of winning their contest and creating opportunities for them to score goals. But in these type of games, sometimes there's just one player that just stands up at the very key moments. Might have only had a dozen or 15 touches for the afternoon, but it's what he does with those 15 touches, and 3 goals, 1 to Tillich. For mine, I'll have to give him best because I think he kicked the goals at the appropriate time when Balwyn needed them the most, Ryan.
Yeah, I like those picks. A couple honourable mentions. I think Connor Waitman for the Roos was really solid all afternoon. So was Bilo, the skipper. Had some key moments in that game. For Balwyn, I've gone the 3 votes all in favour of the Tigers. I'll give 1 to Bowen Smith, and I just think again and again and again he proves himself on the big stage and has so good. Well, obviously with a game that there were a lot of turnovers in, I think Bowen Smith was quite good and effective with the football. I'll go 2 votes to Caden Schreiber. I think for the reasons that have already been mentioned already today. I think through the middle, I think gave him a bit of a spark and was really solid. And I'll go 3 to Jack Tillich as well as you, Brash, just because sometimes when it's a low-scoring game like this and when you kick 3 to 4 goals and you present yourself as a big target up forward, you do change the game a little bit. And certainly I think was a real big factor in the reason that Balwyn did win that game. And just some key moments, Jared. You're 1, 2, 3 as well?
Well, I've got a slew of honourable mentions. First of all, the East Ringwood players that really impressed me. Tristan Tweedy has to be said. He kept Sam Durden to no goals, and I think he's always sturdy down back. Along with him as well, Harry Nolan. I feel like he also deserves a mention. I thought he was very good. On the Balwyn side of things, honourable mentions. Lachlan Young, he was fantastic at times, and of course
that
Makovsky
tackle was superb at the end. That was
Absolutely, and Isaiah Markovsky as well, very good during that second quarter. But votes themselves, Caden Schreiber, I've given 1 to very dynamic in that midfield, good disposal, and I just thought was the better player for Balwyn in that midfield section. Jack Tillich, for all the reasons mentioned, I've given the 2 votes, and I agree with you, Ray. Jamie Ridd, I think he was definitely the fire starter off the half-back line. He also had defensive value as well, and just a steadying hand and a steadying influence along with his
Ryan, while you're adding them up, I think there's another one we should mention. Chevy Anderson battling against bigger, stronger opponents in the ruck. He did not give up all day.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was pretty good, but I believe that makes Schreiber our winner, if I've done the math correctly. That's okay if we haven't, because there is no official award out of today's game.
So you always give me some lip when I stuff up.
Sorry, I was just checking my winnings on Sportsbet from your tip.
No, I think the votes went the way we all expected. You reckon?
I think so. I think. Look, I don't think there was one clear standout, as we sort of mentioned. We were never, on the one page on that. There was probably quite a few key contributors on both sides. There would have been a few East Ringwood players I would have probably put in the votes if they had won that game. Had their chances, 6-12-48 to 9-5-59. So Balwyn, again, it could be similar to what they said last year with Jack Tillich on the boundary with you, Blake, that they timed their run to perfection, hit finals, hit some form, and that they might be able to do it again this year.
But I just worry, though. I don't know if Sam Durden obviously had a cuff. I don't know if it was a hamstring. Could have been. I don't know. But he looked a bit sore and a bit banged up. So I don't know if he'll play next week. Obviously, VFL for Box Hill.
Are they in the finals, Blake?
Yeah, they're in the finals. Yep. So.
And that's why I'm wondering whether they might not. Put it this way, whether they didn't want to take any chances with him. I did say during the broadcast, Box Hill probably rung up and said, "Don't put him back on."
But like he did, he just wasn't the Sam Durden we all know today, unfortunately. But,
but that's probably. I mean, look, I've given Silvani one vote for his job on Fox.
Yeah.
You could equally turn around and say you could give 1 vote to him as well for his Tweedy's job on Sam Durden, because he didn't kick a goal either. So, I mean, it just shows you, though, doesn't it?
In the case of both of those players, it wasn't their sort of day either. It wasn't the day of the forwards. The disposal was inside 50 was always under pressure. I don't want to take anything away from players like Tweedy or Silvani, but it was made a little bit easier for them by the pressure upstream.
Yeah, that's true. Before we have a look at Sunday's games, Brash, which I might get you set up and have a look at what's happening tomorrow.
Yep.
Of course, we're always global, and got my parents actually watching from Croatia on a bus trip to Hungary. 9:02 a.m. over there. So hello to Mum and Dad travelling around Europe.
I had a mate listening from Perth as well today.
It's from Perth.
Yes.
There you go.
Not
Who's
as far as
that?
Croatia.
One of your mates from Rutland?
one of the cricket mates, yeah.
Had some good viewers on today.
Adrian
WA,
Brown,
wait a
yes.
while.
Just shows you the AFNL spreads its wings far and wide.
I still remember that.
And of course, BWS would have been listening.
Oh, of course it would have.
Yeah.
What about the time when East Ringwood and Noble Park and the whole East Ringwood Footy Club were watching on
Bali
Vietnam, were
and
they?
Thailand.
Vietnam.
and Mexico, everywhere.
All right, gents, let's start off. Let's crystal ball.
Tomorrow.
We've got 10 minutes. Let's crystal ball tomorrow. Big clash down at Jubilee Park sees Roval taking on South Croydon, and I think Roval. I think they're a chance in this game. Even though South Croydon's form is probably better than most sides that have led into the final, but I just sort of feel when push comes to shove, I just think that Roval's just got a little class edge over South Croydon. I reckon they'll edge them out.
Yeah, I agree with you, Brash. You know, Roval's been dishing up some rubbish apart from last week when I believe they were a lot better. And if they're going to get better, that's the time to get better. And I think they'll win as well.
I've gone South Croydon on this one. Last weekend's result was good for Roval, but as you said, Ray, the weeks prior to that was a little bit concerning for me. That I feel like I've got a bit more trust with the way the Dogs are going. Sheridan in some really good form at the moment up forward. I think this will be tight. Certainly, I don't think if Roval win, I don't think it's going to be the margin they beat South Croydon in last year's semi-final. I think this will be a lot closer. Tipping the Dogs, though.
I think that a big thing for Roval today was their reserves getting up by 1 point.
Yeah. Came from behind.
That's right.
Now, I'm going to go Roval tomorrow. I think they'll get the job done tomorrow.
That's because Ray's driving you home.
I left the space on the wagon for him. He's on the bus.
I think they've just got some better players in South Croydon. That's what I reckon.
Stapleton comes back in. He didn't play against East
That's
Ringwood last
that
week.
is a
He's
big
in
inclusion.
for Toomey, I believe it is, who comes out. And it is a big inclusion. Because
actually, I'll tell you something. I'll probably get into trouble for saying this.
No, well, don't get yourself in
They
trouble.
are still waiting on word from Collingwood whether Toomey is going to play.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see about that.
Because
then.
apparently he
Interesting.
qualifies. He's been out injured for Collingwood, but apparently he can qualify. But the AFNL had passed that. So we'll just wait and see.
What do you think about tomorrow, Jared?
Well, I think with that in with Stapleton, I believe that the depth of South Croydon's midfield, especially with Kilpatrick, who's been out all year, I think that depth just is their weakness. And I think Roval does bat pretty deep within the midfield, especially when you do have a Stapleton coming in. McDonald, Clark, Brolick, of course.
And Flakemore's back in that side.
Flakemore as well. I don't know. It's going to have to be a very strong defensive effort by South Croydon if they're able to get it done. They've done very well defensively recently, but I think for me, Roval they tip the scales a little bit with a win against East Ringwood.
I think they can do it. I think this will be tight, but
and it's
one more ice cream for Brendan Allen for me. See if they get up.
And it's a salivating option then for Roval because they've beaten East Ringwood twice this year.
Oh yeah, whoever does win that game is going to have a real crack next week, real chance.
Well, let's Kilsyth, where we went to for the first time yesterday. They host the first semi-final, and interestingly enough, I mean, these two sides, Beaconsfield and North Ringwood, would have kept a close eye on that South Belgrave Park Orchards contest today, and it seems insurmountable when you look at it. Park Orchard's already into the grand final, and these two sides know that they've got to win 2 games to actually get into the grand final. So it makes an interesting dynamic because now they're going to, either one of these two sides that wins tomorrow has to go through South Belgrave. And I've gone for Beaconsfield in this game. Whilst I've North Ringwood for mine, I was really impressed with them last week with the way they ran that game out. But I just look, Mick Fogarty is he's a wily veteran, and I reckon he might be able to turn a Beaconsfield. I reckon he can get a Beaconsfield victory.
I'm going to go for North Ringwood. As he said, Brash, I was very impressed with how they've gone, and if you look at the past history, North Ringwood did beat South Belgrave last time they met, so they'll be big confidence for North Ringwood. If they can get across this will be a great story with the new coach, of course, Matt Price coming in, and the midfield is where this game will be won. You know, Begg, Flynn, Fenton was back to his best last week as well.
Yep.
And I forgot one of Rice, Kieran Rice as well. He was superb. So that's what I think will come down. If they're going, they're hard to stop. And we
Throw
all saw
Cantwell in the mix
that.
as well.
Cantwell. Yeah, he floats around, doesn't he?
I agree. I'm very impressed with North Ringwood. I'm back in the Saints.
No, it's the case of we falling in love with that winner of the elimination final, though, as I think was brought up on the podcast on Friday. And I have. I
am in love with North Ringwood.
Yeah, exactly. I might be falling into that trap. But
most improved side, I think I said. I was really happy with making finals, so most improved.
I just don't know where the goals might come from for Beaconsfield. With Ocker, who's been out of the side for a lot of the year, Bowd, the load has fallen on Bowd, and Muley as well seems to be a move that's been made. He's been kicking more goals up forward to the latter half of the year. But I think North Ringwood, they just have a few more goal-kicking midfielders specifically that will win out for them. And I think they might do to Beaconsfield what they did to Boronia by a lesser margin, though.
Walker Park hosts the first semi-final of Division 2 tomorrow between Wanturna South and Mulgrave. Wanturna South coming off a loss last week. They'll be keen to atone. Mulgrave did what they had to do against Heathmont. On the balance of the season, I think Wanturna South deserve to move forward tomorrow.
I'm tipping the Devils.
Yeah, I'm going with the Devils too.
Yeah.
Division, we've already gone through Division 3. There is no game because Domvale and Scoresby will play off in the grand final, but we've still got a Division 4 preliminary final set down for decision tomorrow, and that's between Whitehorse Pioneers and Warrandyte. I said at my start of the season, I thought actually these two sides might play off in the grand final, or one of them will, and I've been impressed with Warrandyte the way they. I've got not a nasty suspicion, but I just got a feeling that I reckon it's their turn.
Yeah, I agree. Look, they had a very slow start to the season after being relegated down, but they've done nothing wrong in the last 8 weeks or so.
And I actually think, Blakey, that I think they've got a better lineup on paper to take on Chirnside Park than what I feel Whitehorse Pioneers. They look a bit slow and cumbersome for me, Pioneers.
Well, I said when I was John with Ray today, I said Warrandyte's got a more harder coaching job than I think with Whitehorse. They're pretty easy to coach, obviously, with Horvath and Young. That's who they use pretty much. But with Warrandyte, they've got a lot more plays that you've got to look out for, and I think Warrandyte get the job done.
I think the ruckman. I think the game could be won in the ruck because I think the two Warrandyte ruckmen can run Haining around and negate his influence.
Yeah, Haining probably needs a big performance.
So Warrandyte for everyone, or can we make a case for Whitehorse?
So. I definitely make a case for him. But for me, I'm tipping Warrandyte, and they've matched up well against Whitehorse.
Yeah, Warrandyte for me.
I think Whitehorse have a couple of match winners that maybe Warrandyte lack, but I think that overall across the ground team performance tips the scales for the Bloods for me.
Yeah. Lee, I think we've got a tip from you. Is that?
Oh no! I was just saying 1 minute to go.
Oh, 1 minute to go. Who is your tip? Whitehorse or Warrandyte?
Warrandyte.
And
there you go.
I'm going to throw it back to you, Ryan, to close it all out, my friend.
Yes, we'll start with, actually, I might throw it to you, Lee, to thank your camera operators here by name.
So we've got Justin James Lincoln on camera.
Yes.
John switching in the van, and Megan was apprenticing for me up here. So, just our dry run for next week, starting the grand finals.
Yes. Of course, it all starts to really ramp up in that front. Come grand final time, we've got 2 of them next week that will live stream, but we are still alive tomorrow with a big semi-final out at Walker Park between Wanturna South and Mulgrave, so make sure to catch that out. Ray Baird, fantastic to have you. You've got Blake and Jared in the car ride home.
Yeah, no, we'll be right. We have a little sing-along as we go.
Hope you know some oldies, Blake.
But I must say the big winners today were Beaconsfield Footy Club for what they put on here, and the facilities, and the game was fantastic.
Blake, great to have you back on board again. Big
Yep.
game tomorrow, you calling?
Yes, first final. Looking forward to it. And Beaconsfield, love coming down here, down the coast. I'll
God.
need to mention that one, but good to be here.
Brash is coming home with me on the way home. We'll
More oldies.
We'll have a
More
chat, I'm
sing-alongs.
sure.
Yep.
On the way back. Jared, great to have you back in the caller's chair today. Fantastic job.
Thanks, Ryan.
Lee Green, of course, in the
And
the
Kate
main
also
chair.
monitoring our feeds too.
Absolutely, she's right
Up
behind us at the moment. That's it for us here. We're running over time. Balwyn winners in the qualifying final, 9-5-59 to East Ringwood, 6-12-48.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.